in the Brookside Primary School gym at 47 Stowe Street at 9 o'clock in the forenoon on March 4th, 2025. We will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Good.
The first article on the warning, which is in page 1 of the town report, is to elect a moderator. Article 1, to elect a moderator to preside at the meetings of the town, whose term of office shall be for the ensuing year. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 1? Mr. Clapp.
I move to elect Rebecca Ellis to preside at the meeting of the town, whose term of office shall be for the ensuing year.
Is there a second? Second. Are there any further nominations for the office of town moderator? Seeing no other nominations, the town clerk shall cast one ballot for Rebecca Ellis. Thank you for electing me to be your town moderator. So we'll start this morning with some introductions and also some instructions. And I'd like to start by introducing the chair of the select board, Alyssa Johnson, and she can introduce herself and the other members of the board.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. Again, Alyssa Johnson, Chair of the Waterbury Select Board. I have our Municipal Manager, Tom Lutz. Select Board members, do you want to introduce yourselves? This was also a mic check.
Kate Sweeney, Vice Chair.
Roger Clapp, board member.
Michael Board, Select Board. Thank you.
And I'm Ian Shen.
Thank you. So I'll start by running through Robert's Rules of Order, which are the rules that govern this meeting. And then we'll probably move through a few articles. At 9:30 or so, we'll take a break to hear the legislative report from Representative Tom Stevens and Representative Teresa Wood. And a little later in the morning, we'll take a break for the Keith Wallace Award. Lunch will be served in the cafeteria downstairs. I believe they're starting at 11 o'clock a.m. and running to 1 p.m. And just to let you know, the town has prepaid the cost of lunch so that everyone can eat for free today. But the senior center is serving the lunch as a fundraiser, and donations are accepted, but they're not required. We will likely not take a recess for lunch, so I'll encourage you when we get closer to 11 o'clock to go downstairs on your own, eat some food, and come back up to the meeting. Childcare is available downstairs in the children's room. It's the National Honor Society that is providing childcare. So you're encouraged to take advantage of that free service. Okay, so for Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's rules are the basic rules of order for this meeting unless overruled by state law. If you wish to speak, please come up to the microphone. The microphone is located up here in the front of the room. In order to speak, you must be recognized by me, the moderator, and your remarks are limited to 5 minutes. A voter will not be recognized a second time on a particular article or amendment until all other voters who wish to speak have done so. And before you speak, please clearly state your name so that our town clerk, who I forgot to introduce, Karen Petrovich, can record your name in the minutes. All motions and remarks should be addressed to me, the moderator, in the front of the room. All articles Articles must be moved, seconded, and restated by the moderator before debate may begin. Discussion on motions must be germane to the article, and germane means relevant or pertinent. If the discussion is not germane, anyone in the body may call for a point of order. Motions may be amended, and amendments may be amended. All amendments must be germane to the main motion. Debate may be cut off by a motion and a 2/3 vote. The motion is non-debatable, and you must wait your turn and be recognized by me, the moderator, to call the question. You cannot just shout out, close debate. So most voices are by voice vote, and in announcing a vote, I will say the ayes or the noes appear to have it. And then there will be a long pause before I announce the vote. The long pause gives you a chance to call for a division of the House or for a paper ballot. A division of the House means people must stand to vote. The moderator or the public may call for a division of the House if either I or the body is unsure of the outcome of a voice vote. All you need to say is, Madam Moderator, division of the House. You may also make a motion to request a paper ballot, and under Vermont law, 7 voters are needed to request the paper ballot. Please don't show approval or disapproval after someone speaks. While none of you would boo or hiss a speaker, it can also be intimidating to follow someone who received a round of applause. The role of the moderator is to explain procedural questions and ensure fair and civil debate. The moderator's decision may be appealed by a motion to object. The motion is debatable and requires a majority vote to overturn the moderator. And I want to assure you I will not be offended if anyone objects to any of my rulings. This is really a meeting of the voters, and so the voters make the rules. If there is something you would like to do, but you don't know how to do it, request to be recognized, and I will help you out. And if you're not even sure how to request help, you can just shout out point of order or objection, and I'll then give you a chance to explain. And if needed, we can take a short recess and I can help you phrase your objection. So please be patient and respectful, let others state their opinions, and don't be hasty about wanting to limit debate. The legislature has recently, now it's been a few years, changed the law with respect to discussion of Australian ballot items. It is now permissible to discuss Australian ballot matters except for the election of officers, including write-in candidates. So at this point, I would like to ask non-Waterbury residents to raise their hands. Great. I remind you that non-residents may not speak without unanimous consent or a motion to suspend the rules. And please note that the warning contains 26 numbered articles. We'll take some short recesses to hear from our state legislators and for presentation of the Keith Wallace Award. We will not take a break for lunch, but I do encourage you, when you're getting hungry, to go downstairs and eat lunch. And I also want to remind you that no binding action can be taken unless it is warned. So let's get started. The articles, again, are on page 1 of the town report. Articles 2 and 3 are Australian ballot items for the election of various town and school officials. If you haven't voted yet, you can get your Australian ballot, meaning your printed ballot, at the entrance to the gym. Vermont law does not allow discussion at town meeting of candidates who are running for positions that are on Australian ballot. So we will therefore move to Article 4. Article 4 is to act upon the reports of the several town officers, with the exception of claims for fees or compensation during 2024. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 4? Ms. Johnson.
Madam Moderator, I move to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report, with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024.
The motion has been made by Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded, and the motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report, with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024. Ms. Johnson, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. So I would encourage everyone, if you don't already, to grab a copy of the annual report in the back. And just note that this is an opportunity for general questions on any of the reports found printed there. So if you have a question pertaining to a general matter, not one of the specific other warrant budget items, now would be a time we would welcome those questions. On a personal note, I would just thank everyone for taking the time to be here and attend today, and also echo the moderator's earlier remarks about patient and respectful dialogue throughout the day. Thank you.
Is there discussion? And please come up to the microphone so people can hear you.
One other housekeeping note is that we have both Orca Media recording today's meeting as well as news from WCAX. They both have microphones attached to this microphone. So again, just encouraging everyone to do their best to be close to the microphone and speak clearly. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, my name is Bill Shepeluk from Waterbury Center. I apologize for the mask. We've been dealing with the flu. We're through it. We've tested. We're not contagious any longer. If you can't hear me, I'll try to speak louder. Thank you all very much. The town report was, I think, very well done. Lots of information. And the first question I have, and I have a couple. Last year, this relates to the minutes of last year's town meeting. Under Article 10 last year, which were special articles, the meeting passed a motion to have the town pay crew up to $30,000 for after the town potentially was going to be reimbursed from FEMA for volunteer hours spent dealing with the 2023 flood. Crew has not yet received the up to $30,000, and I'm just wondering what the status of that is.
Mr. Shepeluk, if you have several questions, why don't you ask them now, because you'll have one chance to speak.
Okay. So on the town manager's report, in the beginning of the book, which the issues that I have or the questions that I have really can be better seen on page 21. In 2023, we, at a special town meeting, approved the town charter authorizing a local option tax. The tax went into effect in 2024, and in Tom's report, the manager's report at the beginning of the book, he correctly states that no budget for local option taxes were presented to the voters last year. And I took that to mean that there was no budget for revenues because we didn't know if the legislature was going to actually approve the charter. We didn't know when the local option tax would actually be imposed in Waterbury, and we didn't know how much money was going to be generated. So there were no revenues budgeted last year, and the town meeting was not asked to appropriate any of the local option taxes. And on page 21, I note that the select board, on its own motion, decided to use $159,183 of local option tax revenue to reduce debt, $70,000 to pave Gutwell Road, a portion of Gutwell Road, committed $100,000 to a housing trust fund, and committed $7,000 to water for repairs of the Perry Hill Trail system. I really have no issue with the first two, the debt reduction. I view that as we received an unanticipated revenue. It was sitting in one pocket of town funds. We paid off debt that we owed to ourselves for the most part. So the money went into the left pocket of the town's account, and we saved interest, and we've provided more capacity for debt in the future if we need it. Same with Gutwell Road, an unanticipated revenue, $70,000 sitting in the bank. We have a road and infrastructure that we already own, that we already need, that we already use. It needed repairs, pay the $70,000. No concerns about those. The Housing Trust Fund and the water appropriations, however, or commitments, I believe they were premature. As far as I know, the town has not established a housing trust fund. I think the select board appointed a housing task force, but no trust fund has been proposed to the community, and I'm not sure how we are committing money to that trust fund if we haven't even created it yet. And with water, this is the most curious one to me, because I had this conversation with Tom and Alyssa both yesterday. We'll get to it later, but there is an article in today's warning to spend about $397,000 of local option tax money, but they've already committed $7,000 to water. And if you had made that decision in October and paid the money to water so that they could have maybe fixed a portion of the trail that had some emergency issue, I would still question your authority to have done it, but I would have understood doing it because it solved the problem. But in December, you made this decision just weeks before you had to put a warning together where you were proposing to the community how we're going to spend local option tax money. So I think you should have just put this $7,000 on that same article and let us have our say about whether we wanted to spend it or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I am John Malter, Waterbury resident, and on the committee for the Natural Disaster Preparedness Committee. And I just wanted to mention that we're working on, at the request of the Select Board, to be able to assist our community on dealing with natural disasters, especially since all the flooding. We're working in conjunction with the folks at Crew. And what we're looking to do is just, besides resources, I think our biggest resources are volunteers here in the community. And I just am looking to say, Uncle Sam needs you. We're looking for additional volunteers. I've got a sign-up sheet that anytime during the day I'll be around, people can sign up to volunteer. We will be having a notice of when we get a meeting together where we'll do some training and go from there. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
I was wondering if the select
State your name.
I'm sorry, Catherine Grace, South Main Street. I was wondering if someone could talk about why we are funding the Perry Hill Trail, because it's on state land, for one thing. And secondly, I think it's a dangerous slope to start investing money in recreational land that we don't own. And, you know, we have a hard time even getting people to support paving the pool, which is used by a lot of people. And it just seems like a sort of special interest group thing to me. So could someone explain that, please?
Thank you. Ms. Grace, is there anyone from the Select Board who would like to respond?
Should I start with Mr. Shepleck's questions? And then?
Sure.
Well, that they're related. I'm happy to start with regards to Bill's first question about awarding funding to Crew Community Resilience for the greater Waterbury area, as I believe was specified in that motion at town meeting. That was contingent on getting those volunteer hours reimbursed by FEMA. So as folks know, the town submits to FEMA for a variety of reimbursements for both municipal costs and materials and the like. we had received some indication that we would be able to receive reimbursement for those volunteer hours, which was the funding that we would allocate to crew. Unfortunately, subsequently, FEMA said those were not eligible. The town has not received funding for that specific purpose, which is why no allocation was made to crew. So to Mr. Sheplik's first question. With regards to the local option tax pieces raised by both Mr. Sheplik and Ms. Grace, I would say in general, when the select board was putting this together, as has been named, those were local option tax revenues from 2024. So ultimately, due to the work of our state representatives, the town charter that voters voted on in December 2023 was approved by the legislature before the end of March 2024. Previously, we have been told that it takes the tax department 2 quarters to then implement the tax. So again, that was getting all the way to the end of 2024. So we did not budget, assuming that we were unsure it would happen, particularly if it took the full legislative session to approve the charter. Instead, we ultimately had the charter approved in Q1 of 2024, and it only took 1 quarter for the tax department to implement it. So we had local option tax revenue beginning from July 1, 2024, so for quarters 3 and quarters 4 of 2024. As that was something that hadn't been planned on. Again, the select board voted on the expenditures as outlined. For the purposes of conversation, I would note that the funds have not been given to WADA or the Housing Trust Fund, but both were specific requests where there was an interest in knowing how much funding might be available, and the select board tried to provide clarity on those unanticipated 2024 revenues for that reason. As to why we did it, I would note it was not a general ongoing operating expense for WADA. So we received a specific request with regards to flood damages and the main climb of the trail. And so that was part of the select board's decision-making process, but I'd welcome remarks from other board members if they're interested.
Mr. Clapp?
Yeah, like Bill, I questioned whether we had the authority to spend the funding that came in 2024. And so we sought counsel, legal counsel, and the counsel was that yes, indeed, that the select board had the authority to spend the money. And when we passed the charter change, the agreement was that we would use that money for 4 different buckets, including reducing debt, which we did, and also economic development and including housing. So I think we had the authority. We felt that the work of the housing task force was going towards improving the access to affordable housing in Waterbury, which has been a critical issue here for the past several years, and felt that according a certain amount of money towards getting that underway was important, and we made that decision. And then in terms of economic development, this LOT funding does not come from the sky. It comes from a 1% sales tax. My understanding is about 60% of that comes from people from outside of Waterbury through people that are frequenting our downtowns and other services. And a significant portion of that are the mountain bikers. And they come here for those Perry Hill trails. Those Perry Hill trails are competing with a number of other trails that are being developed throughout Vermont. If we don't have access to those trails, the people won't be coming to Vermont, won't be coming to Waterbury, and we won't have the LOT money.
Thank you. So I'll remind you that we're discussing Article 4, which is to act upon the reports of the several town officers with the exception of claims for fees or compensation during 2024. Is there any further discussion?
Hi, my name is Sandy Saban. I live in Waterbury Center. My question would be on the $100,000 proposal for the Housing Trust Fund. If those amounts are in a reserve account that is specific only to the Housing Trust Fund, or if they're open to be moved to allocated to another account, should we do them?
Is there a member of the select board? Okay. Right. So Mr. Lights, the town manager, has requested to speak. Mr. Lights is a resident of Cambridge, Vermont, and if there is no objection, the rules will be suspended, and Mr. Lights will be allowed to speak during the rest of the meeting. So hearing and seeing no objection, Mr. Lights, please go ahead.
The $100,000 for the Housing Trust Fund was indeed set aside by the Select Board Reserve account. The voters have the legal authority to redirect those funds. Does that answer the question?
Okay, the motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers. Is there further discussion?
Madam Moderator, Tom Glore, resident of Waterbury.
Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, in respect to the town reports, I would like to say the executive summary is very well written. The municipal manager's report is very well written. The question I have is in regards to page 11, and I will note that I have a lot of tabs here. I think I was here last year. I had red tabs or pink tabs. Mr. Sheplock helped me, as did Ms. Sandy Tatum, thank you. When you talked about the use of the $1 million in town tax stabilization fund in the warning to buy both the tandem truck and I think it's the fire engine, is there going to be a loss of interest in those accounts? When, in reference to page 11, in the town manager's executive summary that kind of wraps up the expenditures, one item is about the use of the $1 million in town's tax stabilization fund. I would call that a rainy day fund or a abnormal events fund, some sort of reserve, right? We're going to use that, and we're going to pay down, I believe, the tandem truck and the fire engine. Can you speak to whether there's a loss of interest? How much on an annual basis is that $1 million making?
Thank you, Mr. Glure. Mr. Glure, you can sit down. And, there's been a request for response from the town manager. Are you comfortable making a response?
I am, Madam Moderator.
Right. Go ahead.
So the tax stabilization fund is invested in a combination of corporate bonds and securities and some CDs. There will be a loss of interest. There will also be a savings of interest because we'll simply borrow without incurring that interest because we can borrow from ourselves. We'll also note that there's an earlier voter restriction on a tax stabilization fund that only allows us to reduce that fund to $640,000. I'll say, Tom, there's three moving parts here. There's the tax stabilization fund, there's the local option tax revenues, and there's the town's overall cash. And so the later articles, which talk about borrowing, say up to. For example, the public works truck, I don't anticipate spending a nickel on that truck for 6 to 9 months, and that would only be about half the cost. The rest would be incurred roughly 2 years from now when the truck is fully equipped and arrives. And so there's a few moving parts here. It's hard to say exactly how much interest, but our fixed rate investments are 5% roughly, and the securities vary with the market.
We are on Article 4. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Teresa Wood. Harry Hill. My question is actually with regard to the same expenditures. Back a few years ago, we had a capital improvement plan where we were able to see out into the future for a specified period of time. what the major capital expenditures were going to be. And I am just wondering if the select board is operating under a similar capital expenditure plan. And I took a quick look. I don't see it in here. We have seen it in the past. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. Because it's helpful to know that we're spending this amount of money on this, and it seems like we've purchased some fire equipment, and I don't begrudge a good fire department, don't get me wrong, but just wondering what the sort of longer-term plan is around replacement of capital equipment.
So the question is about the capital improvement plan. Is there someone from the select board or the town manager who'd like to respond? Mr. Legs.
The answer is, to my knowledge, there's not a formally select board adopted capital improvement plan. However, we have capital improvement plans for public works equipment and for fire department equipment. We also discussed a 5-year plan at numerous select board meetings when putting together the budget. The other challenge is that the town has capital funds, and there are some fund balances in those funds. In the fire department, there's a positive fund balance. In the highway capital fund, there's a negative fund balance. And so the reason we are requesting to borrow for the public works truck, for example, is because the fund balance does not exist to pay for it internally.
Chris Vians from the Waterbury Center. Just some comments about local options tax money. I made a few comments at a couple of the informational meetings when we had them. Local options tax money is probably the best golden goose egg that town of Waterbury has received since I can remember to help us manage our fiscal responsibilities here in the town. The problem is with most governments, our elected officials typically, and it's understandable, try to be all things to all people. What I worry about with this local options tax is, and I've expressed this before, too many hands in the cookie jar. The WADA thing, in my opinion, could be the first crack in the armor to open the door for organizations, as did with the ARPA money that we received. A lot of that went to outside organizations, which in some respects help the town, certain aspects of the town. But if we don't, and I've suggested that if we use the local options tax money wisely, the town could probably go for some time, maybe even 10 years, 20 years, without increases in our municipal tax rate if used wisely. I think Tom Lights and the select board have begun that process. They're doing an excellent job with what I think a lot of us expect that money to be used for, but we have to temper ourselves. What bothers me most about the struggles, financial struggles of what's going on in the state of Vermont, mainly the state of Vermont, let alone the whole country, is the ability for people to stay in their homes. What upsets me a lot is to see people that I've known for years have to move out of the town because they can no longer afford to stay here. Like I said at the State House here a while back, if you can't afford to live in your home, does anything else really matter? When you have to throw everything in your vehicle and move to somewhere else because it's just become too expensive to live where you are. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like seeing my neighbors up and leave. Even though I don't know most of them these days. I used to know all of them, but demographics are changing that. So moving forward, I just want people to realize that the government's job is to provide a certain aspect of our life's expectations, and we need to keep them on that straight, narrow path, because if we ask too much of them, and typically they love to help people out, our tax dollars get diluted, and the next thing you know, we're having to shake the residents, taxpayers of the town, to get more tax dollars to try to support, you know, the needs of the municipality. So I'll just leave it at that, and thanks, Select Board, for everything they've done this last year. Appreciate it.
Again, we're on Article 4. The motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report, with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024. Is there further discussion on this motion? Mr. Bard.
I just want to address some of the comments that Mr. Viens made. I had similar concerns. I'm concerned that local options tax can't be used for a lot of different purposes, you know, for every group that comes through. I do see the benefits in the Housing Trust Fund, and I do, as much as I voted against the water appropriation, I do see the benefit because the trail system does, one of the key things that we said that local options tax would be used for would be for economic development. And I think that's really important. We have to look at key projects, you know, that do create economic development, and those are worthy of, you know, local options tax funding. I do think we need to keep to our 4 priorities, and if we look at the projects, I don't think every nonprofit can come to us as a way to meet their funding shortfalls. They need to do a better job funding themselves. The local options tax is not the way to do that, but I think things such as, you know, any kind of major economic development, and our tourism is such a key part of our economy. If we can invest in this, I think it's a good investment. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Good morning, Sue Winter from Waterbury Center. I have one question and a point, and also just to elaborate, I appreciate also Mr. Vian's comments, and to the degree we can think about using this golden goose to buy down property taxes, I think that is a good mindset. And I know that you think a lot about that, and that economic development, of course, does the same. So it's a tricky balancing act. My question and a comment relates to the revenues and the degree to which we accept pilot, used to be called pilot payments. I'm seeing payments on state lands and buildings at $635,000. I want to just register a concern about our state's fiscal stability in light of some of the potential cuts at the federal level. And some could be quite dramatic, in particular Medicaid and changes to our current Medicaid system. And I know our state representatives will have an eagle eye on this, and I know they're very concerned as well. But pilot payments are something that we fight for every year. So to the degree we're buying down from our tax stabilization fund, I would recommend we hold off from doing that for the next 8 to 12 months to see where the state's fiscal, where they're making potential changes in state revenues, because those are state dollars that are very, very important and hard to come by. So that's my only recommendation, and just for us to be very keenly aware of some of the very dramatic changes that really could impact our state and municipal revenues and the needs of our community members, depending on the outcome of the next federal budget process. And of course, the state budget process. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Before we take any further discussion, there's a response from Mr. Lights.
Thank you, that's a great point. What I will note is between the articles requesting to borrow from the Tax Stabilization Fund and Article 14, the total amount in local option tax revenues that this budget would utilize is $627,500. We anticipate getting very conservatively $750,000, so there is some unspent anticipated revenues that I think can serve as a hedge. There's also a bill in front of the legislature now that has a lot of co-sponsors. And the way the pilot program, the pilot and the local option tax work is, of all the local option taxes collected, 30% goes into the pilot fund to pay those revenues, and the pilot fund has a surplus of about $10 million. So the bill both looks at redistributing that surplus to the towns that paid into it. We would benefit from that minimally because that was before we had a local option tax. But the bill also recognizes the pilot fund doesn't need a full 30%, and so there's conversation about perhaps that ratio changing to 75-25. If that were to occur, the town would collect about another $60,000. There's a little bit of chatter about even going 80-20. So again, the summary is there's $627,500 in the budget as it stands in local option tax revenues, but I anticipate collecting $750,000 conservatively. So I think there is some hedge if the state revenues were to be reduced. The other thing I want to note is there is no federal funding whatsoever in the budget.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Bloor would like to speak a second time, so if anyone who has not spoken the first time would like to speak, now is your opportunity. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, Alex Showerman, live on Main Street, and I also am the Trails Director for WADA. I hear WADA's come up a few times this morning, and I just wanted to share some data and a little bit more information about the funding request that was made. So first off, WADA, which is the Waterbury Area Trails Alliance, is the organization that stewards the trails at Perry Hill. In partnership with FPR, we've been collecting user data for the past 10 years, and we've had an average of 15,000 user visits annually to Perry Hill. So that's 15,000 user visits coming to our Main Street. Our peak years have seen over 20,000 user visits. In 2023, we did a user survey that found visitors spend between $25 and $99 per visit at our local businesses. So those are going to our gas stations, bars, restaurants, cafes, shops, directly contributing to the local option tax. This data is also in line with other data that we've seen around the area. The Blueberry Lake trails down in the Mad River Valley were found to have a $1.8 million annual economic impact and generate over $320,000 in federal, state, and local taxes. Across the state, outdoor recreation contributes $2.1 billion for our economy and accounts for 4.6% of our GDP. Only Hawaii has a higher percentage of their GDP for outdoor rec. Also, WADA, or Perry Hill, has been directly referenced by two businesses that have relocated here. Most recently, the French bike company Mavic moved into 5 Pilgrim Park, and in a Waterbury Roundabout interview, they specifically cited Perry Hill and also our annual event, the Drought Grinder, for their reason for choosing Waterbury. I just wanted to provide that information as to the impact and the work that we do. The trails are free, publicly accessible, multi-use trails. The network also closes and is open for in the fall and is open for hunting season and is managed year-round for skiing, snowshoeing, and path biking. So this is a real important community resource. The reason we requested funds is, like all of us here in town, we've been struggling with climate change and increased extreme weather. We had our main climb wash out, and we had a bridge wash out, which closed the network for 10 days, negatively impacting our community and our economy. And the funds requested were for $7,000 to help us can do a $30,000 rebuild of the main climb and campfire climb to protect the access long-term to Perry Hill and make it more climate resilient. this is also part of a broader campaign we're working on with FDR on, we did a $30,000 hazard tree removal where there was die-off due to invasive species to make the network more sustainable and protect users from deadfall. So this funding was really important part of the larger picture to make Perry Hill more climate resilient so it can continue to contribute positively to our economic vitality and our well-being here in town. Thank you so much.
Is there any further discussion? Is there anyone who has not spoken yet who would like to speak? All right, Mr. Glore.
Madam Moderator, I'd just like to ask Mr. Lights a question specific to his last statement. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Local option tax, one topic, FEMA another. Your report references $300,000 in flood expenses that were not budgeted, but it speaks to that will be part of the FEMA reimbursement process. I think we all know we're kind of living in interesting times. I think it was referenced earlier. Is there additional ARPA funding that's in this budget, and are we at all concerned about that or reimbursement for FEMA? And if we don't get either, what are the implications on the tax?
Before you answer that question, did you have a second question to ask?
Thank you, ma'am. I have a lot of tabs, but I am not going to ask the second question out of respect to both the legislative representatives and this community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lights, you've been requested to answer a question. Go ahead.
Sorry. I would also like to put a plug out there for the select board and the town manager that this budgeting process, I think, was very good this year. I would encourage you to get engaged when they have it on the agenda. For select board, they spent over a month coming up with this. There was a lot of back and forth. I only say that because town meetings one day, 4 or 5 hours. Running this town is 365, 24/7. Engage where it's important.
Mr. Lights.
Thank you, Tom. On the ARPA funds, those have been fully received and most of those have been spent already. There's a few lingering expenses, but that's all been committed. On FEMA, all of our 2023 claims have been paid with the exception of my time, which is the final component. In fact, FEMA paid a claim for the soccer field at the Ice Center, and they wanted to close out the project, so they paid the town about $140,000 to repair the soccer field, and we're not sure we'll have that much in expenses, so we've been able to repurpose that to something else. The 2024 claim has been actually going smooth. At no point has anyone from FEMA or the federal government told me that it's likely that we risk any funding there. Obviously, we're in interesting times, as you said. We are in the range of $500,000 in expenses for 2024, and there's 2 substantial projects that have not yet been completed. One is on Barnes Hill Road. There was a washout that we actually didn't find until late in November when a hunter from across the creek saw that we lost a portion of the roadside, just something you can't see from the road. And another is on Loomis Hill. There was some damage to a bridge, nothing that would cause a closure, but we've got some work to make it more stable for the future. Those projects will probably cost $200,000 collectively. So in the end, it's a substantial amount of money outstanding to FEMA. If that money does not come through, then I expect that 2026 town meeting day or 2026 Australian ballot will be a different budget than what you see in front of you today, and some of those things would need to be funded. We also might take a long, hard look at the 2 outstanding projects if we have real hints of FEMA money not being there, and perhaps delay them or minimize the repairs to simply get by, but not do the full repair we want. What also gives me confidence about FEMA is once the claims are in general litigated, and I go through the process with the FEMA representatives, they then look at mitigating the problems in the future, and we've had conversations and we're working on grants that would pay for upgrades to infrastructure that was damaged. That would be 100% paid for by FEMA. So they're operating as normal. They're not just working hard to pay us for what damages we've incurred, but they're also working to help harden the infrastructure for the future. Does that help?
Thank you, Mr. Lights. We are on Article 4. The motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Johnson.
I would just note that in the select board report, there is a one-sentence call out to the new town plan under development by the planning commission. And just in light of this moment and the attendance, I just want to call that to everyone's attention. They are set up outside in the foyer. We've had comments here today about the year-round process of governance, that this is but once a year, more specific items like the capital improvement plan, but most fundamentally, the town plan is our vision for the future of this community. So there's a number of opportunities they have for input, and I would just encourage everyone to meet with them outside to learn more and participate if they're able. Thank you.
Article 4, the motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024. Is there any further discussion? You have permission to speak a second time.
I wanted to discuss one more time, sorry. Sandy Saban, Waterbury Center, which I don't think is going to be a big surprise to anybody. The allocation to WADA, Mr. Sheplick had presented earlier that this allocation was not needed until, was not, as far as we can tell, and was an urgent matter. And at the time, it could have been added as an article. And as Alex stated, it's been brought up a lot, so clearly there's a discussion that needed to be done on this. I just wondered if one or all of the select board could answer the question, what was the urgency to pass this and not add it as an article for the select board, for this town meeting, for the voters to decide? What was the urgency that it had to be passed and not to wait?
So the question concerns the allocation of $7,000 from the local options tax to WADA, and if there was an urgency requiring that allocation to be made in 2024. Is there a member of the select board who would like to address that? Mr. Clapp.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we address that as an emergency or a particularly urgent matter. However, we did, as I stated earlier, determine that we had the authority to do it. A lot of these construction projects, you have to get the planning and the bidding out early for the construction to happen. We felt that it was important to get the construction done before the biking season started in late May or early June. And like other matters that we take up, like road construction and so forth, we feel like if we've got the capacity to act now and allow for good planning, that's the right way to conduct business, and that's what we did.
Article 4, the motion is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers. This is rendered during 2024. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 4. The motion again is to accept the reports of the several town officers as printed in the annual report with the exception of claims for fees or compensation by town officers for services rendered during 2024. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 4. Congratulations, we're moving quickly. state representatives, if they are still here. I know they have multiple meetings to go to. They've promised to make the remarks relatively brief. So we'll hear from Representative Tom Stevens and Representative Teresa Wood.
They just didn't turn them on.
I told Tom I was going to model being brief for him. Okay. The first thing I want to do is to do a shout out for people who might not understand the history behind this beautiful curtain behind us, and I just want to call people's attention to it. It was gifted by the Waterbury Center Grange to the town of Waterbury. We get to see it down every town meeting day, and it hung in the Grange and Waterbury Center for a long, long time, and that's it's a piece of history of Waterbury, so I just wanted to call people's attention to that. Medicaid and DC. You heard a little bit about that. In my committee, I'm chair of House Human Services, and we are deeply concerned, frankly, about the Medicaid program. It is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for any particular change. What might seem like a small thing, like a 1% change in the federal matching rate, is millions and millions of dollars in Vermont. And for older Vermonters, for people with disabilities, for people of low income, the Medicaid program is a lifeblood. Is that me? That was for added effect. Thank you, Roger. So, you know, when you hear about these things on the news, they have real impacts in the state of Vermont. I'm also dealing with a bill to create a temporary homeless shelter program. Believe it or not, we spend millions and millions of dollars on that, and there is no bona fide program in the state of Vermont that has defined roles and responsibilities that is set in public policy. And I want to just take a moment to say a special thank you to the citizens of Waterbury for being so welcoming, to the folks who have utilized the family shelter here at the Armory, and they have felt that, and I just want to say thank you very much for being so welcoming, and to let people know that the state is likely for some period of time to continue to use that shelter, that building as a shelter of some sort, at least during winter months. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. Update on Randall Meadow. As some folks might know, the town, with our assistance, have been trying to gain access to potential ownership of Randall Meadow to create our own flood resiliency by essentially sort of digging down that meadow further and creating a larger floodway. And we had some good progress on that with the previous Commissioner of Buildings and General Services. She's left that position. There's a new commissioner. The new commissioner is not so hot on the idea, but we are, I'm working particularly with the Committee on Corrections and Institutions, which governs state buildings and state properties, and there is what's called an omnibus flood bill, and we have taken a piece out with regard to Randall Meadow, and they have agreed to take testimony on that in the Corrections and Institutions Committee. So I want people to know that we're working on that. Education. All I can say is that it's still a work in progress. We just, a couple of days before we broke for town meeting, we received the language in the governor's bill, so time is of the essence. It was very late in coming. Crossover, which is the day by which we need to get bills out of the House committees for a floor vote, is the Friday when we get back, so a week from this coming Friday. So I don't really have a lot to tell you about that, except for we are going to be holding an education forum at Harvard Union on March 24th. You can hear more, you'll see more about that on Front Porch Forum, but just wanted to have you mark down that date on your calendars. And I'm supposed to do a shout out for Rotary Concerts in the Park. And you can see the schedule on the back and on our website. And a shout out for lunch. The Senior Center asked me to say, come on down and eat lunch. All right, Tom, you're on.
Thank you so much. Is this okay? First of all, I want to call you all out. We go to 3 town meetings every year. This is always the second one. We were in Bolton last night, full house. Full house today. We're expecting a full house in Huntington as normal, and I just want to say how refreshing that is to be able to come to the citizens legislature, you, on this day and to hear what we can in the limited time we're here, the issues that are in front of our town. It's given the madness that's around us in Montpelier and DC, it's really nice to see local government be as vibrant as it is. Teresa hit on a few points. Our town meeting report is at the middle table here, which is specific to the education conversation this year. It's not that there's not much else going on, there's a lot going on. But of course, front of mind is the education issue, whether it's about finance and property taxes, or whether it's about governance and trying to figure out if there is a better way, a different way to run our school systems. There are conversations that we've had for 40 plus years, and they are finally, the change in the conversation this year starts with the fact that the governor finally put a plan on the table to look at. And it's a provocative plan. There's a lot of hard changes that are being contemplated in that bill. The bill itself did not come to us till late last week, but testimony had been taken by the Ways and Means and the Education Committee since January. So we're having those committees are having those very, very difficult conversations. No time to go into all the details that are in the plan and what could be good things to follow or could be traps to fall into. But I'll certainly be here for a little while after this conversation if anybody wants to step out and talk about stuff. But certainly go to the education website on the legislature.gov page so that you can see all of the documents that have been taken in over the last month and a half so far, 2 months. I got moved from the Housing Committee to the Appropriations Committee, and so we are dealing full on with the potential for chaos when it comes to setting a budget for the state. As Teresa mentioned and as Sue mentioned, the Medicaid money in particular is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Medicaid money goes to your doctors. Medicaid money goes to people, to seniors, Medicaid and Medicare. And all of these things are threatened to be cut. Housing vouchers are threatened to be cut. Your Social Security, they've announced cutting the staffing in Social Security and reducing the number of Social Security centers from 10 to 4 across the country. So whether these things all come to fruition, they're creating so much chaos because we can feel, just by the people who walk in the building and testify, how scared people are that their lives are going to be upended if these things come to fruition. And the threat of them coming to fruition is enough to keep us all awake at night. And for people who work in social services and human services, it's some of the most torturous testimony, some of the most difficult, just talking to people in a way that I can acknowledge what they're up against, even if it doesn't happen the way that people fear it's going to happen. And that's not what we expected, and that's what we're dealing with when it comes to the Appropriations Committee. When you have $200 million or more of requests for services that we may not be able to grant to people. We may lose our Human Rights Commission if we can't come up with funding for it at a time when discrimination is at its highest level that it's been in 50 years, and certainly at the federal level where it's changing in ways that are affecting our families. We are at threat in food stamps. We are at threat for so many things that we don't think about if it doesn't affect us. And just know, we hear the train coming. I hope that there's been scenario planning and that we're prepared for whatever happens. At the same time, we're moving forward just as you are with this budget in anticipation that hopefully nothing will happen, but with an acknowledgement that something may. And if there's no federal money in our budget, well, bully for us, that's awesome. but so much of our state budget is federal money. So that which is going to be damaged, please, just know that we're working on whether it's a contingency plan or whether it's a way of dealing with the cuts with the federal government. We don't know what the answers are, and we will do our best to keep you informed as the weeks go on. But you're all in our thoughts as we make these decisions and as we bring your stories to the State House. So thank you for sharing them.
Thank you for that legislative report. And we are going to keep moving. We are now on Article 5. It's on page 1 of the town report. To act with respect to claims of town officers for their services during 2024. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 5? Mr. Flanders.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move to pay the claims of the town officers for their services rendered during 2024, as appears on page 8 of the annual report. The Select Board Chair, $1,450. Vice Chair, $1,450. Other Select Board members, $1,200 each. And for the listers, $500 each.
Moved by Mr. Flanders. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is to pay the claims of the town officers for their services rendered during 2024, as appears on page 8 of the annual report. Select Board Chair, $1,450. Vice Chair, $1,450. Other Select Board members, $1,200 each, and listers, $500 each. Mr. Flanders, would you like to speak to the motion?
I recommend these pay for the Select Board members who spend so much time on town affairs, listening to us and in meetings, and can appreciate the effort that they put into it, and recommend approval of the motion.
Thank you. Is there further discussion of this motion? Seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 5. Again, the motion is to pay the claims of the town officers for their services rendered during 2024, as appears on page 8 of the annual report. Select Board Chair, $1,450. Vice Chair, $1,450. Other Select Board members, $1,200 each, and listers, $500 each. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 5. Article 6. Shall the tax warrant on real property be dated July 1st, 2025, and the taxes be due in 2 installments, with the first installment due and payable on August 15th, 2025, and the second installment due and payable on November 7th, 2025. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 6? Mr. Sweeney.
I move that the tax warrant on real property be dated July 1, 2025, and the taxes be due in 2 installments, with the first installment due and payable on August 15th, 2025, and the second installment due and payable on November 7th, 2025.
Moved by Mr. Sweeney. Is there a second? There is a second by Mr. Malter. So again, the motion is that the tax warrant on real property be dated July 1st, 2025, and the taxes be due in 2 installments, with the first installment due and payable on August 15th, 2025, and the second installment due and payable on November 7th, 2025. Mr. Sweeney, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. We did move the dates around from last year so that they would not conflict with e-fund due dates. The only real change.
Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 6. The motion is that the tax warrant on real property be dated July 1st, 2025, and the taxes be due in 2 installments, with the first installment due and payable on August 15th, 2025, and the second installment due and payable on November 7th, 2025. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 6. Article 7. Shall each tax installment be paid in hand at the municipal office by 5:30 p.m. on the due date, without discount, and interest be charged at the maximum allowed by statute, not to exceed 1.5% per month or portion thereof on each installment, and a late penalty of 8% be charged as allowed by statute on taxes not paid when due. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 7? Mr. Bard.
Madam Moderator, I move that each tax installment shall be paid in hand at the municipal office by 5:30 on the due date without discount, and that interest be charged at the maximum allowed by statute, not to exceed 1.5% per month or portion thereof on each installment, and a late penalty of 8% be charged as allowed by statute on taxes not paid when due.
Moved by Mr. Bard. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Who said that? Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded. Again, to restate the motion is that each tax installment shall be paid in hand at the municipal office by 5:30 p.m. on the due date without discount, and that interest be charged at the maximum allowed by statute, not to exceed 1.5% per month or portion thereof on each installment, and a late penalty of 8% be charged as allowed by statute on taxes not paid when due. Mr. Bard, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. This is very consistent to what we made a change with a few years ago. Until 2024, we collected taxes until 4:30 when the town offices were closed. But elected to make the change to give people additional time. I could speak to that. One year I was stuck in traffic, and that would have benefited me. So I think it is a good change. In 2024, we had 2 taxpayers avoid a penalty due to the change to 5:30. So we think it's a good use of municipal staff time to stay open that extra hour. And we have traditionally charged the maximum interest and penalties allowable, as most towns do. And note that we collect and remit over $15 million in taxes to the school district, whether those taxes are paid or not. And the interest and penalty serve as an important mechanism to prevent, enforcement of those times. We know people do have, sometimes they will miss those times. We usually will not be able to pay people. So in saying the good thing is pay a day early, so you won't, at least pay a day early so you won't miss. And there is the option for automatic tax payment, so you won't ever miss a tax payment. Thank you.
Is there discussion? Thank you. So the request
We'll do
was
that.
for people to speak louder and into the microphone. Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 7. The motion is that each tax installment shall be paid in hand at the municipal office by 5:30 p.m. on the due date without discount, and that interest be charged at the maximum allowed by statute, not to exceed 1.5% per month or portion thereof on each installment, and a late penalty of 8% be charged as allowed by statute on taxes not paid when due. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 7.
Madam Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Shepeluk.
I move to suspend the rules to take up Articles 10 through 14 before returning to Articles 7 and 8.
Is there a second? Who said second? Mr. Kilgore. The motion has been moved and seconded to suspend the rules and take up Articles 10 through 14 before returning to Articles 7 and 8. So a motion to suspend the rules is not debatable, and it cannot be amended. And it also requires a 2/3 vote to pass. That's 2/3 of the people voting. The person who makes the motion can provide a brief explanation regarding the motion. Mr. Shepeluk, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I do realize that this has already been a long meeting, but I think if we're going to take the time to make a decision about whether or not we will no longer have open town meetings, we should witness an open town meeting as we discuss the budget and all the money articles. So I would ask that we approve this.
All right, so the motion is to suspend the rules and take up Articles 10 through 14 before returning to Articles 7 and 8. 8 and 9, sorry.
Before returning to 8 and 9.
Thank you. So the motion is to suspend the rules and take up Articles 10 through 14 before returning to Articles 8 and 9. So if you vote in favor of this motion, it means you want to discuss the budget articles before discussing whether the town should move to Australian ballot. This vote requires 2/3 affirmative, and I will be asking people to vote by raising their hands. And I have 4 tellers who will be counting different sections of the body, of the floor. So keep your hands raised up high. We have Ian Shea, Roger Clapp, Carla Lawrence, and Karen Petrovich. And Carla is going to take the bleachers on that side. Mr. Shea will take this side of the floor. Mr. Clapp will take this side of the floor. And Ms. Petrovich will take that side of the bleachers. So again, the motion is to suspend the rules and take up Articles 10 through 14 before returning to Articles 8 and 9. If you are in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. All right, you may put your hands down. Those who are opposed to the motion, please raise your hands. Yeah. right, you may put your hands down. Try to do math at the podium. Those voting aye were 87. Those voting no were 56. That's for a total of 143 votes. Those voting aye were 61%. Those voting no were 39%. This vote requires 2/3 or 66% to pass. So the ayes appear to have it. The noes appear to have it. All right, the noes have it, and this motion has not passed. So we will not proceed to take up Articles 10 through 14. We will proceed to Article 8. Before we do that, though, one of the highlights of town meeting is the Keith Wallace Award. So we're going to take a brief recess to hear the presentation of the Keith Wallace Award, and I would like to call up Skip Flanders and Bill Woodruff to present this award. So Mr. Woodruff is not a resident of Waterbury. He lives in Duxbury. Hearing no objection, he will be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I always look forward to this time at town meeting where we have the opportunity to recognize the community service of one or more of our fellow citizens. And this is the Keith Wallace Award presented in honor of the many years that Keith Wallace served his community. And unlike some things, it doesn't cost us anything to do this, so it's one of the good things. Keith was a lifetime resident of Waterbury, and he served 34 years as our town moderator. He also served 19 years on the school board. He served on the planning commission, and he served in the legislature. A real lifetime of community service. He retired as the moderator in 1994, and he passed away in 1995. His family asked that we present an award to honor his community service to Waterbury, and thus this is created. When Keith retired as moderator in 1994, Chairman of the Select Board, Ed Steele, presented Keith with a plaque commemorating his service. I consider that as the first Keith Wallace Award presented to Keith himself. And when Ed presented the plaque to Keith, he commented that 39 years earlier, Keith had presented Ed Steele his diploma for graduating from high school. And Ed commented that he was returning the favor with this plaque. So, anyway, the first Wallace Award was presented at town meeting in 1996 to Robert J. O'Brien, a longtime community member in community service, and he also passed away in 1995. It was awarded posthumously. This is the 30th year of the award, and we've recognized about 40 citizens for their community service. Bill Woodruff, our Public Works Director, is now going to make this year's presentation to the recipient. Bill?
Thank you, Skip. Madam Moderator, highlight might be, let's take it down a little bit for the presentation, but I've been asked to speak about today's Keith Wallace Award recipient, Randy Guyette. So I'd like Randy to come up here first and foremost before we talk about it. I will keep my remarks short because I'm sure of only one thing. The only one who wants to get out of here quicker than me is Randy. The Keith Wallace Award is often given to someone who is in the limelight or on the front-facing member of our community. Past recipients include Rebecca Ellis, Bill Shepluck, Margaret and David Luce, Jan Gendro, Robert Grace, among others, Carla Lawrence. You know, these people have been to the forefront of our community. You hear a lot about them. A person you don't hear a lot about is someone like Randy. Randy's work, while not having been in the limelight and on the front page, is nonetheless less important than theirs. Randy's been a fixture in town for almost 40 years, starting at the Village Street Department, moving into the Village Highway Department. His contributions over the 40 years are immeasurable. I have known Randy those 40 years and have had a lot of good things to say about him. He's a man who works hard every day and never expected much in return. Randy has plowed and sanded and repaired all of our roads. He has repaired water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. He's taken part in maintenance of our recreation facilities for years. Very few of you have been awake at 4 a.m. during an ice storm when Randy gets in his truck and heads up Blush Hill. Very few of you are awake at 4:01 a.m. when he comes down backwards. You'll feel nothing like that. Randy can attest to that, going backwards up those and down those roads. Crossroads. Oh yeah. That's a feeling none of us will know, but Randy's lived it for 40 years. He's been up and down, forward and backward over all our roads. We owe a lot of gratitude for Randy. Our paths crossed for years. Randy would call me at 4 a.m. I plowed the sidewalks. Randy would be plowing the streets in the village. And in those days, the sidewalk plow had a nice radio, had a nice heater. Grant, you can attest to that. Wade Grant operates our sidewalk plow now. So with that nice heater, oftentimes you had to leave your window open just to keep the cab cool. I'm plowing Randall Street one day, and I see in my rearview mirror Randy's coming down plowing the street, and I wasn't quick enough, and I didn't slide the window closed, and I know he was picking up speed and digging into the bank, because I could see him chuckle when he went by and filled my cab full of snow. But it was one of those things you learn, you keep your window on the house side open, not on the street side. So, Randy's done a lot for the town and village. I can remember we cleared a water line for well 1 up in the woods, up in the waterworks. Spent a lot of time cutting large trees. Randy's job was to fell them, buck them into manageable pieces for me to move out. And Randy's idea of a manageable piece was about 8 feet long and that big around. And you know, he worked like a bull back in those days, Randy, and we noticed that. I just want to let you know that the town has a lot of thanks for all you've done. In conclusion, Randy's always been the first one to jump in the hole and help you when you need help. The town has and forever will be benefiting from all the work you've done. I just want you to know the appreciation that I have, as well as I hope everybody else has for Randy.
budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 Vermont statutes annotated, section 2680, parenthesis C, as opposed to a traditional floor vote. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 8? Mr. Clapp.
Moderator? Working? Madam Moderator, I move that the town of Waterbury shall adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA 2680C.
Moved by Mr. Clapp. Is there a second? Second. The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is, shall the town of Waterbury adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 Vermont statutes annotated, section 2680C. Mr. Clapp, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I appreciate the opportunity. I think it's fair to say that not all of us are of the same mind on this issue. We just witnessed the Keith Wallace Community Service Award, which I think all of us would agree is an important part of community, of this town meeting. And many of us feel that town meeting is an important part of our duty to pursue the state motto of freedom and unity. The freedom to come here every first Tuesday of the month of March at 9 o'clock and address how the town will be run for the following year, and the unity to abide by the will of the people as voted in this meeting. On the other hand, there are some of us that feel that not everything that was set in the charter of the original charter of the town is absolutely perfect and doesn't need to be reviewed from time to time. For example, 262 years ago, slavery was the law of the land. And it took another 157 years for us to recognize the ability for people of a certain gender to vote. And that represents half the population of this town. And I think all of us recognize and honor the fact that we now have a woman moderator and a woman chair of our select board. So I do think that reviewing how we run our business is important, and here we are 25 years into the 21st century, and still I don't think we've achieved perfection in the way that we run our democracy at the community, state, federal, or the international level. So I do think it's an important issue for us to bring up. And the reason that we're here today is because of an example just across the river in our neighboring town of Duxbury, with whom we share a school district. And they came up with a different way of running their town meetings. And we looked at what they were doing and decided that it was worth bringing that to a vote. And what they have done is to, rather than decide everything on the first Tuesday of the month at 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, when I should note that there are a number of people who are working on 9-to-5 jobs, don't get the town meeting day off, are not here. It looks like we've got a full audience, but there are plenty of people who are out, not in here. And we are excluding them from this vote. In asking the town clerk, Maureen Harvey in Duxbury, why they like their system, which is to have a Have Your Say Day on a Saturday in the middle of January, she noted that you have more time to address each issue, item by item. Each item gets thoroughly discussed and explored. why the trucks need to be purchased this year and not next year, etc. And that when people come to vote on that, they have a motor voter, and she noted that, for example, a lot of people who are working are able to drive in starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, cast their ballot, and then go off to work. And then also throughout the day, she said that there are people who have elderly parents whom they can't leave at home. And rather than having to bundle them here and get them out of the car and into this space, they're able to just drive through. Both of them can vote, and then they drive out. And then same with people that are attending small children, getting them into the car, out of the car, in here, into childcare. They don't have to do any of that. They can just pack them into the car seats in the back of the car, drive through, do their vote, and move out. And that this has resulted in a substantial increase in the number of people voting on town issues in the town of Duxbury. So we, the select board, decided that we would try to replicate their effort, and that required a lot of work on the part of this board, and particularly our municipal manager, who had to get the town budget done by the end of December rather than by the end of January. And we had meetings throughout December with a fair amount of input from people during our public sessions. And then we had what they called Have Your Say Day, the same day that Duxbury has it. And also had the pies, which I guess is an important part of the tradition as well. And that was on Saturday at the Legion. Had, I think, about 28 people there. And then we also did Monday up at the Grange Hall Cultural Center on Monday evening, and had another 20 or so people there. So we felt like we had tried to replicate what they're doing in Duxbury. Some people thought it was great, other people thought that it was like a pretty poor showing. There were some people that said, I'm glad you're doing this because I will not be there on the 4th of March because I'm going to be doing something else. So that's what I have to say about it. I'm sure that there are other opinions on this issue, and I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Is there discussion? And if you would like to offer remarks, please come up to the microphone at the front of the gym so that other people can hear you. You can line up in the center aisle if there's multiple people who want to talk.
Good morning. My name is Krista Bowdish. I live on Main Street. This is my third March as a Waterbury resident. It's my first town meeting day, which is very exciting. But it's not my first because I didn't want to be here the last 2 years. I had to work. There are a lot of businesses. In fact, the only reason I'm here today is I have employees working who aren't at their meetings. And I didn't know until this morning when people didn't call in sick whether I'd be able to be here or not. There are a lot of businesses, there are a lot of jobs where you can't just take the day off. And yet those people still deserve a voice in our government. Like most of you, I feel like I pay a lot of taxes. I deserve a say in how they're used. I deserve an informed say. And so that's why I do see the value in public discourse, but I don't think a ballot and public discourse are mutually exclusive. Yeah, they mentioned the Save the Date or Have Your Say Days. I wasn't able to attend those because I had to work. But I was able to read the agenda and the report when published by the town, read them in full, see if I had any questions or issues. Like some of you have mentioned that you reached out to board members or the town manager ahead of time to get them questioned or answered. And I just don't see the two items as mutually exclusive. I think it's a wonderful tradition. I'm enjoying being a part of it, but I don't think a tradition is worth preserving at the expense of the disenfranchisement of a significant portion of our population. Whether it's because they work, whether it's because they're ill, because they have a family member they have to care for, etc. It really is important that we be united as a community to the extent that we can. We're going to have differing opinions, but if we're all going to agree on the outcomes we've decided on, then we all need to have a voice in the deciding. That's it.
Angela Wells, Waterbury Center. I am in favor of in-person town meeting, and here's why. I learn so much from our grandfathers, grandmothers, mentors. This is the check and balance. Is it hard to get here? Yes, but sometimes life is hard and we have to make important decisions. It allows me to connect with my neighbors. It allows me to look people in the eye, ask questions. I learn something from Mr. Sheplock every time I come here, and I would lose that. It takes time to go through the town report. It takes time to go through the budget. It is an investment. It is learning. It is learning from mentors, and I don't want to lose that. It is important for our young people to make the effort to get here, to engage in this process, and I would hate for us to lose that.
Thank you. I'm going to remind voters, please don't show approval or disapproval after someone speaks, as I said in the initial instructions. And to quote a previous town moderator who is here, Jeff Kilgore, I like this instructions that while none of you would boo or hiss a speaker, it can be just as intimidating to follow someone who received a round of applause. So please don't clap or hiss, of course. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Grace from South Main Street. I used to be a resident of Duxbury, and for almost 50 years I've been a resident of Waterbury, and I've attended town meetings since I was about 16 years old in each other place. This is not my first rodeo with Australian ballot. Many of you won't remember that Harwood used to vote by a floor vote on their budget. And now you realize that we vote by Australian ballot, and the votes are commingled and a decision is made. In 1993, myself and Ed Steele were the ones who tried to get it changed to Australian ballot, using many of the same arguments that were made here today about having people being able to vote because they're working, etc. And I was naive enough to believe that people would attend the Harwood Union meetings and make themselves informed about what was going on so that they could make an informed vote. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened so much. So I hate to see that same thing happen here, because lots of times people vote because their friend said, be sure to do this, instead of knowing what they're actually voting for. So I, for a few years, couldn't come to town meeting because I taught in Essex for 42 years, and their town meeting was at night, so we had school that day. So I have been here a lot, and sometimes not other times, but I just want people to think, you think that you're going to have more say or more input, because I think that's what we give here is input if we vote by Australian ballot. I'm not sure that happened. I think today when we were talking about the Perry Hill thing, it was really coming down to, you know, don't we want people to have some input into that, A, and B, have we become a society where it's so easy to just put something on a ballot that somebody votes on? Yes, when it might not be what people want. So I think if I had it to do over again, I probably would have come up with a hybrid for voting on the Harwood budget. But, so I support town meeting.
Hi, my name is Michelle Downing. I'm a Waterbury resident on Graham Mill Street. And shocked I'm up here, but I think this is kind of important. I recognize that there is a lot of tradition with town meeting, and that this has been going on for years and years and years in Waterbury and Vermont communities across the state. But I also recognize a need for a change. I myself took a day of vacation in order to be here today, and it's my first town meeting. I think here, I think the person before me, sorry, I forget your name already, recommended a hybrid solution, and I feel like that might be a good opportunity for us to consider. As I think through the discourse that we're having here and the conversation, I think it's important for us all to hear one another's voices, but I also think that to protect those who need to be at work, be with their children, our elderly is also important. So maybe a hybrid solution is something better for us.
Madam Moderator, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I want to take this moment to thank the Select Board as well as Tom, Karen, and Beth for your tremendous service. My name is Alexia Vanafra. I live on Kimberly Lane, and I support voting yes on this article for 3 reasons: accessibility, privacy, and representation. Accessibility, many can't take off work, and while I have the privilege, and it is a privilege, to work a salary job with paid time off and town meeting as a holiday, many don't have that privilege. With life becoming more and more unaffordable, we should facilitate participation, not make those who don't have as much privilege as us choose between showing up here and their livelihood. Many have disabilities, as we've already discussed, preventing them from attending, or they are caretakers of folks with needs. And many simply feel uncomfortable attending because it is such a small swath of our community that attends and that gets to attend year after year here. Privacy. Australian ballots allow us to vote our conscience in private, taking the time to do the research that we need to on our own space for those of us who process things differently, for those of us who are more introverted, it's for those of us who have social anxiety, for those of us who have cognitive challenges or are neurospicy and have a tough time with crowds. While clearly I don't have a hard time showing up and speaking my truth, this is a big issue for many that I know. Representation, finally. We're a town of about 5,000. About 75% of us are voting age. That means that about 3,750 of us have the ability to vote, are eligible to vote in Waterbury. There's about 200 people here, give or take. That's 5% of the eligible voters, making decisions for the rest of us. How can we possibly know the will of the people when only 5% of the eligible voters is voting? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tori Taravella. I live in Waterbury Center. First, I want to thank Alexia for all of her wonderful points and how beautifully she demonstrated it. While I understand the appeal of the tradition and the, togetherness that Bird Town Meeting Day brings for everybody that's here, I also want to point out not only are we disenfranchising the people that can't come because of work or because of social or personal obligations, but we are also disenfranchising the people who don't have a choice in that matter, such as the disabled and homebound. We are an aging state, let's be honest. At some point, all of the people who want to be here will not be able to be, and they will no longer be allowed to voice their opinion and their vote. And I hate to pull the lawyer card, but we are kind of at risk of violating the Disability Rights Act by not giving them a remote option to have a say in the local governance. So I hope we can all take into account, use our empathy, and vote yes for Australian ballot.
Thank you. I'm Danny Kelman. I live on Park Street. I also love town meeting. When I first moved to Waterbury I was living in Montpelier, and we were all Australian ballot, and I didn't understand what town meeting really was. And I came, and it was this magical thing. And I told everyone I knew about it and how incredible and inclusive it was. And then I started getting pushback from some friends and some coworkers who were like, well, that's great for you, but I don't get to go to mine. I don't get off work. I don't have childcare. I was out of town. And I realized that I was living in this magical world in my head because of my privilege to come here. One of our speakers talked about freedom and unity and the freedom to come here, but it's the privilege to come here. I think it's important to remember that you can support town meeting and support this article. We will have a meeting. We won't lose this togetherness if we show up for Have Your Say Day. We won't lose the opportunity to ask questions and be informed. We won't lose the opportunity to learn from Bill Shepluck, as all of us have, I assume, the way that we have, whether it's at a regular select board meeting or at a Have Your Say Day. That's a constant. But what we will gain is a massive amount of voices. We saw during the pandemic the absolute increase of voter turnout, and I forgot my notes, so I don't have the data, but it's really significant. And I also want to caution us on saying, well, if you don't show up to the meeting, you're not informed enough to vote. Let us not judge and create a fake threshold at which we deem someone informed enough to make their voice heard in a free democracy. Whether they're reading, making phone calls, emailing the select board in private, it's unfortunately not anyone else's business to judge whether they have enough information to make a vote. They should have their voice heard in our town regardless. I also just want to remember that, she already mentioned it was about 5%, and I think we should all be really uncomfortable with that number. We should want to be higher. And just as an example, a couple of years ago, I was the vice chair of the select board, and I had to have a major surgery, which meant I didn't get to have a vote on town meeting day. I could have if we had a ballot, but as someone who was elected and who spent an incredible amount of hours doing everything I can for this town, my vote didn't matter, and that hurt really deeply, and we should empathize with others who are in that same position. Thanks.
Hi everybody, Alex Showerman from Main Street. I wanted to get up and talk about first, I grew up in Vermont. I love town meeting day. I think it's an incredible opportunity to come together as a community. But also looking at the data, I believe it was 5% of eligible voters are in this room. I think when we talk about town meeting day as Vermonters, we talk about democracy in action, and I think that any institution that has a 5% turnout rate isn't true democracy in action. And that number is why I'm supporting and encourage you all to support these articles. Also, Waterbury is a hospitality town, so many of our workers are hourly. They can't just simply call up and say, I can't be in. That's going to be loss of pay for them, and it's going to make our local businesses hard to operate. I know one of our, a local institution that is, I think, bopping on like federal election day where people go and get coffee, Stowe Street Cafe, is closed today. So that way their staff can come in and participate. And I think that's a really hard decision to put our business owners in, where they have to decide between allowing their staff to be able to participate in our democratic traditions or close and miss out on a day of revenue. So moving to ballot allows for greater participation. It supports all of our local workers, our local businesses, and then we have our say day where we can still come together, have these really important discussions, and even do more research before we're called upon to vote on ballot. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion?
Hi, my name is Lisa Walton, and I have about 1 million things that I'd like to say, but I just hope that I can make sense because I get nervous when I get in front of such a big group of people. I agree with pretty much everything that everyone has said. I think that the arguments are valid. However, this has been a 200+ year tradition for a reason. Tradition sometimes is spoken of more recently as like some sort of a bad word. Oh, that's traditional, that's old-fashioned, that's stuffy. The reality is tradition doesn't start off tradition. It becomes tradition because it works. What I think a lot of people don't realize, besides the fact that this is something that doesn't take place anywhere but New England, did most of you realize this only happens in New England? There's almost nowhere else in the world that this happens. It's called a direct democracy. It means you have the power. You individually have the power to speak up, to be heard, to voice your opinion, to voice your concerns like some have already done. Their concerns about not being able to be here. That is a very valid concern. What I wish I could see is more people fighting to be here. Fighting to be at this meeting because people fought and gave up their lives so that we could have a voice. And that gets lost. We're so far removed from that unless you've gone to war. And it makes me sad that people are thinking that it's more convenient, and yet it is more convenient to just simply check a box, to show up real quick, run inside and vote. That is important, and that is a part of it. And FYI, we do have a hybrid system. We already have put a lot of, we have a lot of matters that we decide already by Australian ballot. But this opportunity to do what we're doing right now is so cool and exciting. We get to look out and see who our neighbors are. How often do we get to do that anymore? How often do we get to see who's here and look them in the eye and feel the pain that they're feeling when they're frustrated or scared or worried about something? Again, there are valid reasons to be concerned about having town meeting day where some people can't participate. But I've always been taught where there's a will, there's a way. If you're here today, you made it happen. You found a way to be here. And by the way, another point, if you didn't know this, it's a state law for your employer to make sure that you have access to this meeting, that you can be here at this meeting today. I understand there are some jobs that absolutely will not allow you to be here. They're, you know, whatever your job is. If you work at a hospital or if you have a business, I get that. And by the way, kudos for any businesses that closed your business so your employees could be here today. But if you made it here today, you can make it here most of the time, one day a year, if you'll plan ahead for it. But we should be fighting, our board should be fighting to get people to come to this meeting and participate. Speak up, use your power. Don't give your power away. And you say, well, I'm not giving it away because I can still vote. Yeah, you can. But did you know that you could do the things that you've seen here today? Did you even realize that? Have you been to a meeting before? And have you been to a meeting like I've been to some and didn't even realize that if you don't like one of the articles, you can stamp and say, I don't like that. Can we word it this way? Is it scary? Yeah, it is. Is it intimidating? Yeah, it is. But we can do it. Our moderator has made it clear that although she has to go by a very formal set of rules, she's really nice to begin with. And she said, hey, listen, if you don't know what the rules are, just come up and ask me. No one's going to be upset that you asked a question. There are no stupid questions, but at least try. Just a couple more things, and I promise I'll let other people talk. This means a lot to me. It means a lot to a lot of people. My father, Jim Walton, I don't know how many of you know him, passed away a couple years ago. Great man. He'd be rolling over in his grave, he probably is, knowing that people might just give up this power, this individual power that we don't have anywhere else in the world but New England. And I'm just asking you to please consider all of these things. And just because your friend thinks it's a good idea to go to Australian ballot, think about yourself. Think about your kids. This meeting meant enough for you to show up today. And there'll be a lot of things down the road that will be important enough for you to show up and to speak and to not be afraid. Our country wouldn't have been founded if a bunch of people said, well, I'm scared. I don't really want to. It's not convenient for me. It might make my boss mad. Those are all not really valid reasons to not stand up for what's right, to not fight for what you believe in. The other point that I want to make is by showing up, attending this meeting, we're forcing our elected officials to be transparent and to be accountable for the decisions that they're making on our behalves. As several people have already said, and as I've mentioned, this is about community. And while some people feel that it's somehow divisive or pulling us apart, that's not what it's meant to be. It's meant to bring us together. We have to work to find what we have in common. And you know what we all have in common? We live here in an amazing town that a lot of people want to move to, apparently. It's incredibly expensive to live here. And a lot of us are struggling to put food on the table.
Ms. Walton, 30 seconds.
We've got a lot of corruption in our government that's becoming more clear by the day. If you don't like what's going on in DC, a whole nother reason to not give up your power. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for being here today, no matter what your opinion is. God bless America.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Are we voting for name the town meeting with this?
I can't hear you. Can you come up?
Linda Gravel from Waterbury Center. Are we voting for either a ballot or a town meeting? Is there no option that we can do both?
So the question is, shall the town of Waterbury adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA section 2680C as opposed to a traditional floor vote? Is there further discussion?
Madam Moderator, Michael Frank, North Spruce Haven Road. So most people here probably know I'm a big fan of town meeting. I come here a lot. My father came here. There are magical things that happen on this floor. I've walked in opposed to things and voted the other way. I have seen, well, I wasn't a member of the village at that time, but after years of trying to work through a merger between the village and the town, it was, my memory serves me correctly, it was actions that happened at village meeting that led to it. Budgets were amended, the police department, I believe, budget was reduced, that led to a bunch of things that happened that finally we have a merger. When we came here to vote on whether the state police contract with this, there was a lot of presentation, a lot of discussion, and we really became very informed with it. We do have a hybrid system that was mentioned. Behind me, with the exception of 2 people on that stage, they're voted by Australian ballot. Right, so we hire them for representatives. One person's appointed and one's moderator is voted. We just did the Article 1 here on the floor. So we have that hybrid system where we have our say to vote for our representatives that do the real hard work. The real hard work happens there. And then we get to question them, checks and balances. We discuss things. We discuss over and over again about $7,000 for trail maintenance, which is important. This stuff is really important to really understand what happens. And I believe all the legal right to stand up here and speak and then listen, and later we can make amendments to the budget. Later we're voting on whether we need a fire truck or not. We actually can hear a discussion about it back and forth and go through all that. I think that's great. I sometimes get a little hot-headed about things, and coming here and talking to people really helps me with that. I don't want Waterbury to turn into a drive-through community. Duxbury went from one end to the other end of the spectrum of stuff. I don't want to be just, my vote's driving through. I want to be more involved with it. Try to see. So I know it's a really tough thing here, and we can have your say day and continue doing what we're doing. I didn't go to the meetings, probably should have, but get that early feedback like Duxbury is doing that. Give multiple places for that so that when the budget is being done, it meets the discussions that happened beforehand, so it makes the process even bigger. So I'm here for support of town meeting day, and I say vote against this measure, please.
Is there further discussion?
Hi, Ariel Wallach, North Main Street. Let me start by saying thank you to the select board and all the folks being here, all the JPs in the back with this election. We love you. We appreciate you. I love town meeting. I have been going to town meetings in Vermont since before I can remember. I really do love that tradition. That being said, we have all made a choice to be here right now. We have prioritized this over other things. For me, that meant prioritizing this over work, over making money, over paying my bills. If I can't pay my bills, I can't eat at the restaurants in this town. I can't patronize our local businesses, which I love to do. It is a privilege to have this direct democracy and have this kind of direct influence. However, we all need to recognize that privilege that we have to be here and think about your neighbors and your friends and the folks that can't be here. I don't think we should go all the way to everything by Australian ballot and no opportunity for input. I think that's why things like Have Your Say Day that they're suggesting are incredibly valuable. And I would love to see a system like that really fleshed out. That being said, I couldn't make it to them. They were short notice and I was away for both. I do think that those kind of opportunities to have that input are incredibly important, and that is why the spirit and the core of town meeting is important. However, this format I find to be a little exclusive. I think that there are other methods to have discussion and enable everyone to vote on things without having to be here and take time out of their day and working and their family obligations, all of those other things to express these opinions. So thank you. I'm glad that I can be here, and I hope that we can all express our opinions fairly in future years with Australian ballot.
Hi, Harrison Stark. I live in Guptill, moderator. Really appreciate everything that everyone's said here today, and I think all of the arguments are incredibly persuasive and valid. But I don't think I've heard any arguments today against Australian ballot as a method for ascertaining the will of the people to hold our representatives accountable and to make decisions. Instead, what I've heard are a lot of very, very good arguments for the deliberative democratic tradition of town meeting day here in Waterbury. And I want to be really clear that to the extent this is being presented as a choice between drive-through voting or just ballots and the tradition of deliberative democracy, that's a false choice. We can have Australian ballot to actually ascertain the will of a majority of Waterbury residents, again, 95% of whom are not able to be here to actually vote. And we can retain the incredibly important deliberative democratic tradition that town meeting day has historically been the venue for. What makes town meeting day so magical, as we've heard, is the ability to connect with our neighbors, to actually have deliberation about important issues, to explain our views, to hear what our neighbors think. Town meeting day has traditionally been the main way, a scheduled day to do that, but it is not the only way. And I have hope and confidence that in moving to Australian ballot, there will still be tons of opportunities for us to not just retain, but to deepen our deliberative democratic traditions here in ways that are more accessible, can include more voices, and to the extent that this is being presented as a choice somehow between the participatory, more mutual traditions of town meeting day where we can see each other in person and moving to a more impersonal or less informed ballot measure, I think that's a false choice. And so I would urge us to adopt the Australian ballot to increase access and the number of Waterbury residents who can have a direct say in the policies that govern their everyday lives, and for all of us to recommit to one another and to this community the democratic tradition that has been part of town meeting day, but town meeting day is not the only venue where that can happen. Thank you very much.
I'm Duncan McDougall from Waterbury Center. I think there's no doubt that if we go to Australian ballot, more people will be able to participate. But for me, the question is less of a decision, but more of an informed decision. So some people mentioned, could you send an email to the select board and could you talk to a couple people? Yes, we could. A lot of us might do that. But today I've already heard from about 70 different people. I've heard lots of different perspectives. And I know that we are a small group compared to our community, but we are representative of our community. We have all walks of life in this community. And I think together we are sort of the brain trust, those who can come, are the brain trust for our community. And we hear so many different perspectives and learn so much from this meeting and have the ability directly to challenge our representatives. And I think there's tremendous value in our ability to come here as a group, a small group, but still, we represent our community and we are much more informed before we make those decisions. So I would suggest that we reconsider tossing out town meeting for just Australian ballot, because I think this helps our community make much more informed decisions. And I've been coming to town meeting for 25 years. I can't think of another community event in our town where we all get together, where all walks of life get together, we get to meet and hear our respective opinions. So I think town meeting is very powerful. Maybe there are a couple of issues that we want to add to Australian ballot, but I would hate for us to throw out town meeting. It's been around for 200 years. There's a reason why it's lasted. And I think it's lasted because we as a group can think deeply about issues and make informed decisions. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Alex Colley, Waterbury. I've been a New Englander all my life, even though I've only been here since '91, so I guess I'm still a flatlander. But I do value town meeting, and in the small town that I grew up in, we had town meeting in the evenings. And I'm not suggesting that we'd go to the evening or weekend or whatnot, but I do wonder whether we'd have more participation if we changed the time or day of the meeting, and if so, that might be a solution that works.
Hi, Dana Allen. I live across the street. Longtime lurker at town meeting, first-time speaker. I think that the point that this is potentially a false dichotomy is a good one. We've evolved. When town meetings started, we were an agrarian society. We were farmers. I haven't farmed ever in my life, but I've been attending town meetings since I was 12. And if none of you have known the joy of waiting for your parents to finish town meeting until midnight, that is a special joy for a 12-year-old child. See, I thought I could get a laugh. Anyway, I think that I love this tradition in so many ways. I don't love its role in our representative or direct democracy. There's 5% of us here. I don't know about you, but I was not asked to verify where I live. Again, I live across the street. Please don't throw eggs at my house. The paint is already flaking. So that's a point of procedure that maybe we ought to consider. None of us have been verified as to where our residency is. That's an issue here. Whereas with Australian ballot, that is something that occurs. But I really think that for me, we are being asked to do something massive, vote on a $6 million budget from the floor where we're trying to potentially amend this budget in a line item basis. I don't think that that logistically is a real thing we can do. If you want to see how the sausage is made for this budget, the select board meets every 2 weeks. They're open, they're publicly warned, you can go anytime, you can attend online. They've made huge strides since the pandemic to open that up. I've attended many of those meetings. They're incredibly tedious. These people are doing very hard work to get to this point. And so I think that there are plenty of opportunities for public involvement. They're not this specific tradition, but there are ways in which we can be involved. And I think that what is being proposed is not an abolition of public involvement in this particular way, but an evolution of it. So I'm very strongly in support of moving to Australian ballot for those reasons mentioned. And again, please don't throw eggs on my house.
So if someone would like to call the question, this is also called a motion to limit debate on the question, and it has to be made in the orders. So you can't just call it from the floor, but when it's your turn, you can come up to the microphone and make that motion. Is there further discussion?
My name is Monica Callan. I live in Waterbury Center. Thank you for all of your work. I know this has been a huge effort to address this issue, and I agree with so many of the things that people have said, but I wonder if we just need more time to finesse this and decide how we can do a hybrid, because I think town meeting is an amazing thing. I worked in New York City for many years, traveling, commuting down there from Vermont, because I did not want to leave Vermont. And people would ask me down there, why do you live in Vermont? And I would say, well, I have town meeting. So it's something that I feel very strongly about. It is democracy in action. However, I am very dismayed when I look at the numbers of people voting in this town, and I want to encourage everybody to have a vote. So if we can think about this vote in terms of, if we say we vote town meeting out, it is not coming back, and it will likely not be an easier option to bring it back in another form. Having your say day is a great idea, but it is not something that is in place in a way that we can count on yet, and I just want a little more time on this issue. Thank you.
Eliza Novak-Smith, Waterbury Center. I'll echo some of the points that have already been made, but as I'm listening to the debate, I'm thinking about another organization that I am a part of that does all of its budgetary business at an annual meeting one day a year. And this is an incredible thing to be a part of. I'm lucky to get the day off from work to be here today. I hope I can be here next year, although that logistically might be complicated for me. But I'm thinking about my own feelings of fatigue and enervation and exhaustion with debate that begins at the beginning of the day at my union's organizational annual meeting. Everyone is engaged and there's a lot to say, and by the end, when there are still important matters that we still have to get to that just have the misfortune of being low on the list, the debate is less robust. The decision and deliberation is less thoughtful because everyone is tired and everyone wants to go home. And those are all folks, we're all folks in that meeting who show up wanting to participate and wanting to have a say in how that organization spends its money. And I contrast that to the experience in COVID of getting my mail ballot by mail for the first time, having gone to vote in person and not having the experience of having an option to not have to make my decisions in the voting booth. But that year in COVID, having my ballot at home with me for a month and having a month to look through, I didn't live here at that time, in a different part of the state, but look through my town's annual report and look things up and make a deliberative decision of the kind that folks have said is such an important part of the democracy that we live in. I don't think that my choice sitting at my kitchen table with my husband going over the line items in the budget that I was mailed during COVID was less deliberative than the choices we might make here today, particularly as the hour gets later and we all get hungrier and more tired of sitting here. And I just ask folks to consider that piece. This is a really special and unique way our government works here, and that it has been the way that business has been done does not mean it's the only way business could be done. It's certainly not the only way thoughtful business can be done. And we live in a small town, and I think that's probably why most of us live here. We love the neighborliness. And I do just, someone was talking about this opportunity to speak to our neighbors here.
And I would just want to close by reminding everyone that one of the things that makes living in Waterbury different than living in New York City is a constant opportunity to speak to our neighbors that we get every day down the road in our small town when we shop. We don't want for opportunities to connect with each other. And the scarcity mindset, I think, of this being the only time we could ever be in community together, certainly has not been my experience living in Waterbury.
Hi, Chris Viennes, Waterbury Center. I'm going to have to put my glasses on, and I've got notes prepared for this one. I'm one of those aging population people. I even had to wear my compass in order to find my way into the school. I want to say that don't worry, young people, you'll get to where we are quicker than you think. 1761 was the first year this town meeting was established in Vermont, in Bennington. One of our founding fathers, who was an overachiever, had coined several phrases in his time. One of them was, "He that is good at making excuses is seldom good at anything else." The second one was, "There's only two certainties in life, death and taxes." I agree with the first one. The second one, he forgot one thing: death, taxes, and change. One of the things as a 65-year-old Vermonter I've seen in my lifetime that I was aware of noticing these things was change. Some of it was at the hands of myself and of others in natural change. I call it the Trojan horse of culture change, for lack of a better word. This is what I've experienced and witnessed through my years of the changing demographics in our state that has slowly eaten away at the culture that I grew up in. And now we're here to talk about one more of the existing cultures, traditions in our state that is looking to be thrown out the door. We've lost so many of the other things that so many people have. It has drawn people to this state, our farms, our maple syrup, the landscape. So much of that has changed since I was a kid, it's almost unrecognizable, including the people that I know. So I want to speak about the Have Your Say Day a little bit. That was an effort by the Select Board to open this process up to more people, hoping that we would try to get a feel for what may work as an alternative time to bring people together and perhaps change the date so that more people would attend. That was a complete failure. In the first meeting, which was over here at the Legion, there was probably 35 people there. Half of those traditionally attend town meeting. Then, for argument's sake, they relocated that second meeting up at the Grange to try to expose that process to more people up in that area, and there was probably 25 people there, half of which was from the first meeting, that attended the first meeting. You talk about hybrid scenarios, there is a hybrid. I was on the select board for 10 years. I lost my re-election a couple of years back, but you know what? I attend every select board meeting. I see a handful of people there. And now we're trying to entrust our population in voting on where your taxpayers' dollars are being spent for the ensuing year by people that I assume and speculate have very little knowledge about the budget process, how the money is being spent, what it's being spent for, and the reasons it's being spent. The only way you can gain that information isn't through the newspaper, it isn't online, it's showing up to the select board meetings. To this gentleman's point over here about a hybrid, this issue has been on the board for months now. Where have you been? If we vote today,
30 seconds.
if we vote today to do away with do away with traditional town meeting and go to Australian ballot, the opportunity for a hybrid solution is gone. Out the door. And if you think that more people are going to be able to make an informed decision based on a vote at the booth without having this process, I got a bridge I'll sell you. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Hi, I'm Liz Schlegel-Stevens from the Village. I have a question, Madam Speaker, Madam Moderator. Did the Select Board consider a representative democracy model of town meetings such as Brattleboro does?
So, Ms. Schlegel has asked to interrogate a member of the Select Board as to whether or not the Select Board considered a representative form of government. Is there a member of the Select Board who would like to respond? Mr. Clapp? No. The answer was no, if you couldn't hear.
Can I ask why not? Just to explain for people, right, Brattleboro is a town that's a little bigger than ours. You know, we are a big town now, and they elect representatives from the neighborhoods to come together. They have about 160 people who represent the 8,000 people of Brattleboro, and this is something we could potentially pursue, and I am curious about what the Select Board thinks about that.
So, Ms. Schlegel, since the Select Board did not consider the representative form of government, from what I can tell, there was not a conversation about that, so I don't believe they could answer your question, but feel free to make remarks about it.
I just want people to think about there are other options than the options that have been presented to us that we can pursue. There is a Act 213 was passed last year. There is a study committee for other ways to manage town meeting. We're not the only large town that has this problem, right? It is a problem specifically for larger towns, and folks should be aware that regardless of kind of what happens with these articles, whoever we elect, we can push them to look at these other opportunities. I am a huge believer in democracy. It's why I spend all my time here. And I just want folks to know, no matter how we are voting on things, the goal is that everybody votes. That's the most important thing, that everybody takes the time to vote on the articles that are in front of us, whether in person or on paper. That's the really important thing, and making sure that your friends and neighbors know their vote really matters. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Moderator, may I interrogate a Select Board member, please?
Can you tell us the topic?
Oh, the topic is I have questions about the vision of what town meeting might still be if this article were to pass. My understanding is the article is that a very significant article, the budget, would be by Australian ballot. And my question is, would we still gather on the first Tuesday of March? Would we still have discussion and awards and connection? Would we be able to ask questions about the budget, even though in the end that decision would be made more broadly? Or is it that it is an either or? We wouldn't actually have town meeting. We would do everything by Australian ballot. That's my fundamental question, and I have a comment afterwards.
Is there a member of the Select Board who would like to respond to that question? Mr. Clapp, since it's your motion, you can respond.
The answer is yes. I think that there are a number of different ways that this type of discussion could and would happen. We were looking specifically at the Have Your Say Day model in Duxbury, which is a way of discussing the budget line item by line item before the warning sets everything in stone and you vote either yes or no at this meeting. But I don't think that we have a real defined way of deciding whether we would have this meeting or have it maybe on a Saturday, like Rockingham did this past week. There are a lot of people, a lot of different towns looking at this in different ways, and I think that's still open. The came down for us, the central issue being, are we going to restrict the voting to just the people who are able to show up here on Tuesday morning, or are we going to broaden this to an Australian ballot whereby people can vote using a written ballot during the Australian procedures?
Okay, Madam Moderator, I don't feel we are ready for this dramatic question as a town. I am very compelled. It is so wonderful to see so many people here, and I really heard Kathy Grace when she said she went with the Harwood budget by Australian ballot, and that board has an even harder time getting people to pay attention, and that's the property tax. You're here because of a very small portion of what you're really concerned about, which is your property tax, and you're not having this level of discussion. It's available. You can go to all those meetings. You can participate, and boy, do they ask you to, but we are not there. So I am not ready to vote to not have this opportunity to gather, even though I'm deeply compelled by the fact that I have a privilege of being here today. I haven't been able to be here for years because of my work. I happen to be in between jobs right now. Hopefully there's another one ahead. But we do have a problem of privilege right here in this room. And I do want us to extend the opportunity for voting. But I want to have a much better sense of what we're talking about, because we cannot lose this. And I definitely fear that we could if we support this. So I personally am not ready to support the article, although I want us to continue the conversation. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Minter, are you making a motion not to consider this article?
No, I'm not necessarily making that. I don't want to change the motion on the table.
Okay.
I'm admitting I am not ready to support it, and therefore I will not support the article, because I don't think we know what we are looking at down the road, and I'm fearful of what happened with Harwood. Thanks, and I love seeing everybody.
Is there further discussion?
Mary Cohen, I live on Park Street. I want to echo what Sue Minter just said. I don't think we're ready. I think there have been some really compelling arguments to make some changes, to make our decision-making as a community more accessible. I want to represent old people. I'm 75 years old. I come to town meetings. Our seniors, I've been here with people who are in their 90s who came to town meeting. I have also been to public meetings when I was on the planning commission after Irene, when we didn't have a gathering place, but I couldn't get in because I was on crutches. I've also spent a lifetime of work with individuals with disabilities and those who do not fit in neat boxes in our community. To say that they cannot be here because of that reality in their lives is disrespectful and boxing in our fellow citizens. I grew up in New Orleans, so today is Mardi Gras. That's a tradition almost as old as town meeting. It would be terrible if New Orleans decided it was just too much trouble and did away with Mardi Gras. I also grew up with Joni Mitchell singing, "They paved paradise and put in a parking lot. You don't know what you got until it's gone." So Sue, thank you we need more conversation, because there are good arguments and good discussions, and I don't know if Karen, you have off the top of your head, or the number, she doesn't have, okay. But I don't believe our Australian ballot vote in this town for the presidential election we just had last November was much higher than 10%. So we need to really think about this. It was? Okay. That's why but I know as a state, we didn't do as well as we would have hoped in terms of the number of participants. So I'm just not sure. And I work in a small town not too far away from here as principal of the school in the 90s when the town voted to do away with the school meeting. And exactly what Kathy said happened here, happened in Underhill. So it's something we really need a whole lot more discussion, a whole lot more consideration and conversation. So thank you.
Is there further discussion? Just a moment. So if you're in line to speak and it's your turn, you can speak. So maybe you have been sitting there, I think, before the other people in the first row. So I do think it is your turn.
Hi, I'm Kathy Grace. I have two things. First of all, my saying maybe we need a hybrid was related to what I think is going to be the next article, where we have some of those things that pass all the time, the donations to other places.
Point of order. What is your point of order?
She has already spoken once before. It is my understanding under Robert's Rules of Order that everybody has an opportunity to speak once if they so wish, and then somebody.
I was going to call a question at the end of it.
Your point of order is well taken. Thank you for making that point of order. We'll hear from people who have not yet had a first opportunity to speak, and then we'll give people a second opportunity to speak. Thank you. Yeah. Is there further discussion?
Hi, I'll be quick. This has been so interesting to hear all of this, and I am so concerned about accessibility, also voter turnout in general, and to the question of how many, thank you, where's Lisa? Waterbury Roundabout can tell you exactly how many people voted in the past few years. Presidential election was 1,500, non-presidential election years were about 1,000. So 200 people, if we could get it to 300 or 400 because our accessibility has gotten improved in some way, I think that's actually pretty good. I was on the school board for many years, and I will just say that the concern I have about Australian ballot is we can never talk about the school budget in this meeting because we're supposed to go there and do it silently. And as a school board member, we set the question. So depending on how the question is worded, you could say yes or no for many different reasons. And we never knew why. And we always thought about why, right? Because my friend told me, she didn't because of the why of this. This meeting gives us a little bit of the why. I love the idea that we could revise the motion. I'm not ready to revise the motion. I think all I'm ready to do is just say I feel like we need more time before we totally throw the baby out with the bathwater and throw out our ability to actually potentially word motions and what's on the ballot, because that's also a big issue is the people who get to set the question have a lot of the power in what's happening as well. So anyway, just want to bring that.
Is there further discussion?
Karen Yakos, Waterbury Center. So I want to first take it back to, not all the young people are sitting over here. We keep looking here like they're all over here. They're all over this room, so look around for a minute. That's an awesome, awesome thing. And by the way, this is what democracy looks like. And at a time when I'm not really sure what democracy looks like for this country going forward, this is really important. And I want to applaud all the young people that came in that were well informed, that made good points, because I changed my mind back and forth a few times here. And that's what democracy is. There are people that spoke that I wasn't going to agree with what they were saying earlier on different topics, and I changed my mind. That's what democracy looks like. So I am in the baby bathwater camp. I think that, there is an amendment that could be made. I'm not going to make it. I'm going to tell you how I'm thinking. I would like to vote this down because I think there is a lot of work to be done in this next year to figure out something that is equitable, that does make sense. And I can see some different hybrids appearing. I'm not going to go through what I'm seeing, but I think some of you are seeing them too. That we need to look further at, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel completely, although we might be reinventing the wheel completely, which would be kind of cool for Waterbury, which is something that actually works for more people, that brings more people here, so we don't lose this, because whoever said it is correct. If we lose this now, we aren't going to get it back in this form, in any form. This has happened in other towns. And there are other places we can look to see how that looks. There are people in this room and on the stage that can help us kind of look at something. Let's reinvent something that is for the 21st century, that is for young people, because I was one of those once, and that's the future, right? And I had problems with town meeting too, but I'm glad we have this, and I'm really, really glad we have it now. So that's what I'm going to do. My commitment to you all is that I would be willing to help look at what those other things might look like, and also bringing in a younger voice to do that, because I don't know what the answer to that is. So that's just something to consider, and I want to thank you all for giving us that we have this. I think that the meetings you had were small in attendance. That doesn't mean they couldn't grow, but I'm not sure that's going to work. So that's where I'm at. So thank you.
Linda Gravel, I am your justice of the peace. I am here because I believe in democracy for you guys, as well as myself. I would like to know, question for the select board, whether there's somebody that would like to make a motion to change it enough to say that we will keep both and we will work on a plan on how to do that.
So, you can make that motion, but I would find that out of order because it wouldn't have been a warrant motion or a warrant article. So, so the select board also has to warn the article, so they can't change the article right here on the floor. But if you would like to make a motion that's germane, I could entertain it.
And what happens if more people vote for abstaining than yes or no?
So I'll take this as a point of order.
Yep.
So we'll count the number of people voting. It's a majority vote. So if more than 50% vote yes, that will mean that next year the budget questions will be by Australian ballot.
And if more people vote abstention?
Abstentions are not counted. Okay. So we'll look at the total number of people who vote, and we'll look at the number of yes votes over the total.
Well, I would like to make an amended motion, but I don't know how to phrase it.
Okay, we'll take a brief recess. select board to find out if there would be a town meeting next year, even if there is, even if this article passes and the budget articles are by Australian ballot. So is there a member of the select board who can answer that question? Mr. Clapp.
Yes. I have 2 more years to serve. I can't speak for the entire board, but it'd be my commitment to make sure that we have a meeting like this, even if we have Australian ballot to decide the budget items.
So we are not giving up this meeting, but we want to extend it more so more people can take part. And that's what I have proposed.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
This may require also an interrogation of the select board. My name is Mary Ann Neighbor, I'm from Waterbury. My question speaks to both Article 8 and Article 9 because there is a slight difference in the way that they are proposed or set out. And I wanted to ask a member of the select board, what would you anticipate to be the difference in the outcome of those 2 articles if they were one or the other business?
Is there a member of the select board who will answer that question? The question is, what is the difference between Article 8 and Article 9?
So I'll say they speak to different components of what the items that we're voting on here today. So on our warrant agenda for the meeting today, keep me off track if I become non-germane, we would note that Articles 2 and 3 about your select board members, this town has already chosen that for those elected officials, that voting is done via Australian ballot. There's still other things that we are doing from the floor, like here today. Those include budget articles, which is what we're discussing in Article 8, as well as public questions, like our first article, Article 4, accepting the reports of town officers, setting the due dates. So in any decision about the future of this meeting, we recognize that those are 2 distinct components. There weren't just 2 distinct votes. So I would note that however the vote goes on Article 8, there could be a similar or different outcome for Article 9. Editorially, you could have a scenario where Article 8, the budget, went to Australian ballot, but Article 9, public questions, stayed a floor vote. So they are 2 separate, speaking to those 2 different pieces.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the people in the front row who are waiting to speak if they could stand in the aisle so that we can see the order that you've come in, and I think you can self-sort yourself well. And ma'am, who just spoke, I'm sorry, what is your name for the record? Mary Ann. Thank you. All right, thank you.
I'm Steve Martin from Waterbury, and I just have a few, hopefully quick points here. One is there was a gentleman that spoke earlier that talked about, over the years, having sort of, for lack of a better word, and I'm not sure these were his terms, but the town elders, people that were extremely engaged in the town, paid a lot of attention to a lot of things, were the folks that made it to town meeting. And I can say, up until a few years ago, I never attended one. I could have. I could have gotten time off from work. I wasn't interested or engaged enough. And I think it turned out by accident to be a wise choice that I essentially ceded those decisions to people that were extremely engaged, knew the issues, paid a lot of attention. Someone spoke about the fact that maybe it's 200 people here and maybe if there were like 1,500 people voting in Australian ballot in other elections. Either of those are not majorities. So there's a minority that is going to decide for the community anyway. I think the minority that has decided for a number of years has earned a lot of respect. They've done a lot of good things for the town. And while I certainly understand and agree with the fact that more participation is better, I'm not sure that this is the way to do it, to change the town meeting. The last thing I'll say is, I think it was in a Waterbury Roundabout that I read just the other day, a little article about Waterbury trying to decide if we should do away with town meeting in place of Australian ballot. And there were only 3 comments that I saw. They all said, don't do it. One person said, we do have an opportunity to go to a have your say day. And that particular person's comment was, but nobody listens to it, so we probably won't do that very long. So I guess I would say, I would support keeping the town meeting. There's a lot of reasons to go in several directions. My feeling is that neither solution is a great solution, and I would hate to see this go when the education budget, which is far more important to most people, and it's important to me, so I've been to a ton of meetings, school board meetings, where they offered to explain, engage on the budget. Over in Waitsfield, there were 2 people from the public that showed up. Last night, there were, I think, 6 or 7 of us that showed up. That's how many people, when push come to shove, and say they would be engaged in other ways, and maybe some would, I'm not saying they wouldn't, but I have not seen that in the change that we made to education voting, and I would hate to see us lose that, thinking that that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Cheryl Casey, Waterbury Center. Madam Moderator, I would like to call the question.
Okay, the motion to call the question is a motion to limit debate on the question. This is a motion to end discussion. The motion is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. I will ask you to raise your hand. So this vote is simply whether or not to end discussion. It is not a vote on the article itself. If the vote is in the affirmative, then we will move to the Article 8 motion. So I will ask people to raise their hand. The motion is to limit debate on the question. Those are our tellers ready to count votes? Okay. Yes. Sure. So I did ask at the beginning of the meeting, but there are a lot more people here now. Could you please raise your hand if you are not a Waterbury resident or Waterbury voter? And there are 5 or 6 of you, so I would ask you not to vote, and I will trust you not to vote. Thank you. Okay, so the motion is to limit debate on the question. So those who are in favor of limiting debate, please raise your hand. Please keep your hand raised if you are voting yes to limit the debate.
Linda, I've counted the side. You may lower your hands, and then those who vote no
So the question is a motion to limit the debate on the question. If you're voting no, not to limit debate, so we would keep the discussion going, please raise your hand if you're voting no. You may put your hands down. You. The results of the voting, we had 107 votes yes, 52 votes no, for a total of 159 votes. So 67% voted yes, requires a 2/3 vote, so the ayes appear to have it. All right, the ayes do have it, and you have voted to limit debate and to close the question. So we will now proceed to voting on Article 8. All right, the motion is, shall the town of Waterbury adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 Vermont Statutes Annotated, Section 2680, parenthesis C. This is a majority vote, and I'm going to nonetheless have people raise their hands again. Yes? You may. All right, to have a paper ballot, we need 7 voters to request a paper ballot. We do have a voter checklist up front, and we'll call people to come to the front and vote on a paper ballot if we go to paper ballot. So are there 7 voters? So I see more than 12 people who voted for a paper ballot, so we will proceed to paper ballot. So I'm going to give you the instructions for how to vote by paper ballot. The question is, shall the town of Waterbury adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA, Section 2680C? So if you vote yes, you are voting for Australian ballot. If you vote no, you are voting to continue voting for budget articles the way we are today. To vote, you will need to come to the front of the room and get your ballot. You will need to state your name to the clerk so that your name can be verified on the voter checklist. You will get a piece of paper with 2 boxes. So there will be a box for yes and a box for no. Check only one box, and then I believe there will be a box.
It's coming.
There will be a box where you will put your ballot.
They're going to check in.
We're also going alphabetically. We're going to call people by the first letter of your last names. And if you have voted, I encourage you to go downstairs and get your lunch. Lunch is free. It's lasagna, and there's both meat and meatless lasagna, and it's being served by the Waterbury Senior Center, and you can give them a donation.
Madam Moderator,
yes.
Point of order. Can Articles 8 and 9 be voted simultaneously?
Point of order has been made, and can I ask voters to keep their voices down so that I can hear the point of order?
Can Articles 8 and 9 be voted on simultaneously on paper ballots?
So the question is, can Articles 8 and 9 be voted on simultaneously? No, they may not. So we can do, after the discussion of Article 9, there can be another request for paper ballot on Article 9, and the clerks are ready to do that. Okay, so are the tellers ready for paper ballot voting? They are. Okay. So folks with last names starting with A, B, or C, please come up to vote. Please form a line in the center aisle. Thank you. alarm immediately. You do not need to leave the building. And we're going to ask the fire chief to also look at the panel, and we have someone coming to repair it.
this CCD?
Well, I think so. Don't know this year for sure.
They haven't put a swimming pool in yet.
No. Talked about it a long time ago, and they actually they were sold out last year. The membership was full last year.
Oh, really? That's good.
They did reserve a handful of spots. They told everybody they're sold out. The scuttlebutt was they were against a few spots available for somebody that came in that was rather wealthy. And
there's always room for somebody who's ultra wealthy. That's the way of the world, Jimmy. I don't know how you explain it to me. But, yeah, no, I just remember learning that I got paid the same as a junior in high school. The same year they were talking about building a pool. And for me, that was like, okay, that's it. Because I also wasn't playing. You go out there and you play 3 holes.
That was a problem last year. I played so very times that for the 3 years they had a new room a new superintendent, or a new general manager, and head coach. They said, well, you've got to come to us and convince them that you can play. And I'm thinking, I've worked here for almost 25 years and we never had to do that. And all of a sudden we're saying, and that just turned it right off. And the other thing, Bill took care of scheduling road guys that we've been with for a while. And they did, head pro actually took care of the kids. And there were kids, a bunch of high school kids, a couple college kids and so on. All the kids went back to school in the fall. So it was down to 4 of us, you know, to cover. That was a real pain in the ass to me. And Bill took care of scheduling us like he used to do. The problem was he didn't give us the same 2 freaking days. So from week to week, we didn't know when you were going to work. So that was a real pain to me.
It sounds like an impossible. It sounds like an impossible situation for everybody. And but the reason, as you pointed out, is they chose to hire high school and college kids. And a lot of that could be because
for what they pay there, the payers are being little.
Well, that's where they have to come in and say it's fine. I mean, I can remember one reason there was one summer there that I hardly played at all. Because at the beginning of the year, in the spring, it was not very. I went out in the evenings a lot. And I got good during but
if your last name begins with H, I, J, or K, you may get your ballot.
One member would see me out there in most evenings. Then my girlfriend was a club champ a couple years running at another club, and I wanted to get better. And he complained to Josh, and Josh had to tell me, and I'm like, what am I working with?
That's exactly where I'm at. They eased up at the end of the year when actually a couple of members asked me late in the year, are you coming back next year? And I said, probably not. I said, you know, I have not played, and I did not play 18 holes last year. Not once. And I think I only played 9, full 9 twice. So last night I go up a lot and play 6. You know, in the evenings, and we go home and eat. And part of that, you know, she got jazzercise, so the time she's out of jazzercise, you know, you only got so much daylight. You know.
When I first got there, I'm trying to remember who was the guy that was the supervisor in charge of this really nice guy. He was
Paul Badger?
Yes. If Paul didn't see you with your sticks at the end of the shift in a while, he'd be like, I haven't seen you golf in a while. He hadn't been out there. He'd like, get out there and play.
He was a PGA pro, you know.
I could believe it.
Before he stepped down, and I don't know why he stepped down. Good guy, real guy. I haven't seen him for ages.
I think he was busy with filming stuff at that time. I think there was a lot going on. And he was also a firefighter at the show, so it was just too much for him.
Then I think he had some difficulty with the family. I'm sure they went to work in Morrisville there for quite a while, and Dana Wilds, and I understand he's somewhere, and I don't even know if he does anything in golf, but I think he's like down in maybe Virginia. Virginia or someplace. That's what somebody told me. I don't know. Haven't confirmed it. I like him a lot. Good guy.
Absolutely. And most of the people, most of the members there are lovely people.
Oh, I'd say
99%.
Probably.
One or two get underneath my skin.
And last year, with us being sold out, we picked up a lot of the Stowe people, you know what they're doing in the Stowe Country Club up there. So a lot of those, they wanted them to pay the full membership for a 9-hole course, and they wanted them to pay 3 years in advance. And MJ Shaw came to me and she said, Ward, I told him, I might not be here in 3 years. Christ is 92 or something, or 91. Carla is still there. Carla? Yeah, Carla is still there, and I think she's 96. And she plays a lot.
Oh, yeah. I can remember every Thursday for men's night, they would always make sure that the blue teams were always pushed forward for, I forget his name.
That was the guy that actually put the money up when they first started. He called from Montreal. Yeah, I can't think of it right now.
My name recognition. Although there's probably a few only because their bags are such a pain to do. Like Lefty Lewis had to have covers for every one of his clubs. And I can remember muttering some bad words underneath my breath a couple times.
And Carla and the girls still haven't changed. They never put their friggin' head covers back on. They're all in the basket. They got to put them all back on.
I can remember, I forget who it was, but somebody commented to me after, he's like, you put my clubs in the wrong holes. And the holes don't have numbers. And I had to explain to them, I'm sorry, I took some of them out to dunk in the water to get dirt so I could scrape it. You know, so I could do a better job for it. And then, of course, after I explained it, but at first he was kind of a little testy with me, and I was like,
no, for this freaking job that we don't get anything for.
But who knows? Well, hopefully they'll have figured it out. There needs to be other reward.
Well, I did. Toward the end of the year, I actually had a discussion with them when they came out. There was a sheet that they had put out for the grounds people, and they don't have quite the same privileges that we have.
Right.
And so they put that sheet out, and I went right into the pro shop, and the superintendent, or the general manager, and the head pro were there, and the lady behind the desk. And I said, look, I'm going to be straight up with you right now. If I'm going to follow these rules, I'm all done. I'm done. I'm walking today. I said, the other thing that's bugging me is Gil throws us in. I'm working 4 freaking days this week. I don't want to work 4 days. I had no advance warning. All of a sudden, it's just there this week. And I'm supposed to show up my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
These are your retirement years. I mean, this is sort of just
And he said, well, no, those were all those rules out there. He said, you've had those rules for a year. I said, bullshit. We have never had those rules. Those were for the grounds people. Oh, he said. And soon thereafter, he did lighten up considerably. Yeah. Just, he didn't know. Well, he didn't know shit, to be honest.
Is Dave Bennett still there? Or is
no, he left. These guys replaced Dave Bennett. And as I said, they finally saw the light at the end of the year. They were much better. And then the head pro, because his girlfriend was in Michigan or someplace, she would come out and see him 2 times during the summer. And she basically probably gave him the ultimatum because he said, I guess I can't come back next year. So I understand.
If they're both pros, I mean, during the season, they're busy.
Yeah.
Well,
no, his wife has done a really good job out there. I forgot what she did. She made big bucks out there. And coming to Vermont, she would be giving that up, and she didn't want to give that up. So it was a lot easier for him who'd been there for a year, head out and get it. You could see, I mean, he was sort of lost without her around, and I can understand. Yeah. Young sperm. That's the way Well, good to see you.
Well, good to see you, George. Take care.
Hey, the It's just like the old days in school. I have to go in here. Facebook room.
so far, Michelle wouldn't recognize her house, I think, at this point. We just ripped up the floors where it's It was a mismatch. They had hardwood in the living room and something else in the kitchen now. I haven't seen her since she sold us the house. I know she's gonna remarry, right? Yeah. Oh, she's in Florida now? this way. Beanie, you want me to go with you?
So the tellers are going to take the ballots to the back of the room and count them. And while we are waiting for the ballots to be counted, I would like to suggest to the voters that we suspend rules and go to some of the articles that are at the end of the warning and proceed with, starting with Article 16. So if there is no objection, we will suspend the rules and go to Article 16. You can object. Okay, so there's been an objection to the motion to suspend rules. So if we want to proceed directly to Article 16 to take up further business later in the morning, we would need a 2/3 vote to suspend rules. So I will ask people to raise their hands if, sure, why don't you provide us your reason to object? Can you come up to the microphone? Thanks.
I was only objecting because I know a lot of people need to leave and some people are leaving, so I was thinking it might take less time to actually count them and then move to the next one than go through all the next articles that I think are going to be a lot longer. But
oh, thank you for that clarification. So the suggestion is just to take up one article, Article 16. These articles usually go pretty fast when they're at the end of the meeting. They're usually like 2 or 3 minutes each. So the suggestion is just to run through those articles one at a time until the votes are ready to announce. Okay, the objection has been withdrawn. So hearing no objection, we will move to Article 16, which is, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,000 for support of the American Red Cross? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 16? Mr. Luce.
David Luce, Waterbury Center. I move that the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,000 for support of the American Red Cross.
There is a second. The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $2,000 for the support of the American Red Cross. Mr. Luce, would you like to speak to the motion?
Well, I can only say my daughter works for the Red Cross, so you should know that. But I'm also a regular blood donor and do it whenever I can, and I feel really good about that. So if any of you want to do that, they need your blood now, always, forever. So do it. It's important.
Is there a discussion on Article 16? Seeing no discussion on Article 16, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $2,000 for support of the American Red Cross. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 16. The votes have not yet been counted, so if there is no objection, the body will suspend the rules and take up Article 17. Hearing no objection, okay. you're here to speak on it, not to object. Okay. All right. So, Article 17, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,000 for support of Central Vermont adult basic education? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 17?
Yeah, I'm Brian Kravitz. I'm the Director of Outreach and Workforce Development at Central Vermont Adult Basic Education. I just want to say that we have served Waterbury for 59 years now. This past year, we served 23 Waterbury residents, plus about another 20 from the surrounding towns who come to town, do their, and use our services. We're providing really essential assets that people need for success. If you look at the report, there's some statistics. 70% of people on social welfare have low literacy. If a parent has low literacy, there's a 70% higher chance that their children will have low literacy. If a parent doesn't have a high school credential, 80% higher chance that their children will not have a high school credential. So the services that we're providing, it's not just teaching people to read and write and helping them get high school credentials regardless of their age. What we're doing is providing them with the assets that they need to pull themselves out of where they have been and open doors to new and better opportunities. We're helping people in Waterbury residents, people in their 30s and 40s get high school credentials, helping them to apply for college. These are people who would have never thought to go to college before. And I always say probably the most important thing that our students learn is that they can learn and they're able to learn. And once they get that, that means the world. It opens up all those doors. So I ask that you please do support this. Thank you.
And Mr. Kravitz, for the formalities, can you make a motion?
Yes.
To appropriate $2,000?
Yes, I sure can. I make a motion to appropriate $2,000 for support of Central Vermont adult basic education.
And there is many seconds. Thank you. And you've already spoken to the motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on Article 17. The vote is for the town of Waterbury to appropriate $2,000 for support of Central Vermont adult basic education. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 17. It appears the tellers are still counting the votes, so if there is no objection, we will proceed to Article 18 and suspend the rules to take up just that article. Article 18, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,250 for the support of Central Vermont Council on Aging and AmeriCorps Senior RSVP? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 18?
Pauline Nolte, West Pinnacle Ridge Road, and I move that the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,250 for the support of the Central Vermont Council on Aging and AmeriCorps Senior RSVP.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is for the town of Waterbury to appropriate $2,250 for the support of Central Vermont Council on Aging and AmeriCorps Senior RSVP. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes.
Just closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's hard. In the report, there is a letter from them outlining the many programs they support. But what is missing is what they are planning to do, I think. But I would like to praise them for all the programs that they are providing for Central Vermont. I am one of the beneficiaries of their programs, and they're always coming up with very creative programs to connect seniors in this area. One of them is the Arthritis Foundation exercise program that I lead a class here in Waterbury. What I want to share with you is the participants really enjoy them. Just for example, I have taught them what's a hook, what's a jab, right. I taught them how to jab, and then now they love doing beach balls tossing. So anybody who would like to join us, you're most welcome, because we really have fun doing our exercise classes.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 18. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $2,250 for the support of Central Vermont Council on Aging and AmeriCorps Senior RSP. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 18. So we are still waiting for the tellers to count the vote on Article 8. So if there is no objection, the body shall take up Article 19. Article 19, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $4,000 for support of the Early Education Resource Center of Waterbury, also known as the Children's Room? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 19?
M.K. Monley from Waterbury Center. I make a motion to support $4,000 for funding of the Early Education Resource Center of Waterbury, also known as the Children's Room.
Moved by Ms. Monley. Is there a second? There is a second. The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $4,000 for support of the Early Education Resource Center of Waterbury, or also called the Children's Room. Ms. Monley, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, but in recognition of time, page 73, you'll find information on the Children's Room, and they've been with us for 40 years, and they are awesome.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 19. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $4,000 for support of the Early Education Resource Center of Waterbury, also called the Children's Room. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 19. Since the tellers are still counting the vote on Article 8, if there is no objection, the body shall take up Article 20. Article 20, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,383 for support of the Green Mountain Transit Agency? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 20?
Madam Moderator, I move that Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,383 for support of the Green Mountain Transit Agency.
Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is for the town of Waterbury to appropriate $2,383 for support of the Green Mountain Transit Agency. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Public transportation is really important, especially for those people that can't drive. My father used it for many years, and I've used the commute, so anything we do support it, that's good.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Bard.
I just want to ask, does anyone know if there's going to be reduction, with Green Mountain Power's financial problems? Will there be reduction in the Waterbury routes?
So Mr. Bard has asked to interrogate anyone in the body who may know the answer. Ms. Minter, would you like to respond?
I'm responding to Green Mountain Transit. And I cannot guarantee, because right now that matter is before the legislature and the Agency of Transportation. But in this next state fiscal year, I do not believe there will be additional changes. And for sure, I do not believe there would be a change to the link. What is under discussion are the so-called rural routes. That would include some of the movement between here, Waterbury, Montpelier, and Barry. So There may be, but I think not for this fiscal year. But all of that with the great caveat that anything could happen at the federal level, which would in fact have that savings. But it might make sense to consider having a clarity before allocating, if you can, those funds from our town.
Thanks, Sue.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on Article 20. The motion is that the Town of Waterbury appropriate $2,383 for support of the Green Mountain Transit Agency. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 20. So we are now returning to Article 8. The question for Article 8 was, shall the Town of Waterbury adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA Section 2680C? A paper ballot was held on this question. This motion requires 50% or majority, one more than 50%, majority vote to pass. The number of yes votes was 64. The number of no votes was 144. So the noes have it, did not meet the 50% threshold, and you have not passed Article 8. We will now proceed to Article 9. Article 9, shall the Town of Waterbury vote on all public questions by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 Vermont Statutes Annotated, Section 2680, parenthesis D, as opposed to a traditional floor vote? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 9? Mr. Shea.
Madam Moderator, I move the Town of Waterbury shall adopt all public questions by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA 2680, parentheses D.
Moved by Mr. Shea. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is that the Town of Waterbury shall adopt all public questions by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA Section 2680, parenthesis D. Mr. Shea, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, and thank you. After a lengthy discussion, I just want to point out the difference between this article and the previous article. The previous article was, of course, about our budget. This is specific to public questions. A public question, by definition, means any question, issue, proposition, or referendum submitted to the voters for a decision. For example, most of what we've been talking about today have been public questions. For example, our Articles 4 through 8 were all public question articles. Other things that can come in the form of public questions are, for example, a change to the town charter, come in the form of a public question. Mergers with outside entities, for example, the town merging with EFUD would come in the form of a public question. The question we answered today, or we voted on today, about the changing of town schedules, the town adopting, for example, a fiscal year beginning on July 1st and ending on June 30th would come in the form of a public question. I will note that a lot of these public questions tend to blend into or bleed or kind of overlap with budget questions that would reduce, and I suppose I'll just leave it at that.
Is there further discussion? If you would like to speak to this motion, please come to the front of the room and use the microphone, though it looks like the microphone is a little brilliant. Does anyone know how to fix the microphone? would like to speak to the motion? We're on Article 9. The motion is the town of Waterbury shall adopt all public questions by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 BSA Section 2680, parenthesis D.
MK Monley, Waterbury Center. I just have a question of clarification. So all of the articles that we suspended the rules on and came up here and mentioned them, would those be on the Australian ballot? So these articles 16, 17, that?
Would there be a member of the select board who would like to answer that question? Mr. Lights?
So even though there's budget overlap, as they are phrased in the warning today, they are a public question. The select board could choose to, for all these Articles 16 to 25, to simply embed them in the budget and not ask them as a public question. So that's when Ian said there was overlap. That's where the overlap is.
Hello, Mel Culbertson, Waterbury Village. I just wanted to present this as an opportunity and step towards the hybrid solution that people are so interested in. Here's an opportunity to expand voting access, to continue to have our discussion and deliberation about the budget. And for folks who were, I think, concerned about the opportunity for political organizing, I would like to point out that this expansion of voting to public questions by Australian ballot is a really great opportunity to politically organize in the community. Instead of having to get people to come to in-person meetings in order to vote in favor of public articles, maybe that you've gathered 5% and got onto the ballot, you can organize a much larger voting base as opposed to the 200 or so people that are able to actually come in person. So if you are interested in getting more engaged politically or democratically, and you want to organize around new initiatives or efforts in the town, I highly encourage you to vote yes for this, because it actually makes that much more feasible. You are incentivizing voters to show up and vote by Australian ballot, where maybe they would have been unable to show up in person to vote for a community initiative in, a several hour long meeting now. So thank you. I hope you vote yes.
Hi, Kathy Grace. I just want to be clear, and I think I understand. What you're saying is if we pass Article 9, it means that Article 8 could keep coming up and up and up. And basically, that would end up being on an Australian ballot. Am I right? If next year, if we pass number 9, number 8 could be on an Australian ballot. Correct?
So if you'd like to interrogate a member of the select board and ask them that question, is there a member of the select board or the town manager who would like to respond to that question? Mr. Sweeney.
Theoretically, yes, to answer your question, right? It is a town question. We're not asking in Article 8, right? We're not asking for the changing of hands when it comes to finances. We're asking what the voters want to do. So in theory, yes, if we pass Article 9 today, next year Article 8 could be on an Australian ballot.
I guess when I first read the town report, I thought you were talking about all those ones we are just spending all this time going through, voting on the smaller money items.
Let me just correct that if I may.
Okay.
Sure. So my understanding is that that's in fact incorrect, and the reason for that is the short version of municipal law is a specific statute overrides a general statute, and there's a specific statute with related to Australian ballot voting. So my understanding would be that Article 8 would still have to come back up because it can only occur at a town meeting.
Your understanding, or that is?
So
that's the legal counsel I've been provided.
Okay.
Angela Wells, Waterbury Center. So we just spent a huge amount of time discussing Article 8. Article 9 is pretty much the same thing. We've had a lot of ideas floated about hybrid, and we need more information. We need to develop this more. We need to figure out how to get more people involved. We need to figure out how to get more people access. So I am in favor of voting Article 9 down right now, and then taking really thoughtful time to come up with a better plan that potentially includes a hybrid model and other ways to get access and more people involved versus a quick decision to vote yes, and then we're locked into something that may or may not in the long term be the best decision right now.
Further discussion?
Yes, it's only a question. If we embed this into the budget process, let's say any of these given articles double or triple in a year's time, we would request for that. What ability does the voters have to review that, understand why it's doubled or tripled, and what ability to amend it to, or vote no on it, because from what I understand, we can request lowering the budget on any given article, lowering the budget, but can't necessarily pertain it to that particular item that we're concerned about. And it's the select board's job just to go back and lower the budget, but not necessarily pertaining to the item that somebody was concerned about. So I want to know how that would be addressed.
So I'm going to allow that question. I do encourage folks, if you know, if you want to make a remark, please do that, and try to refrain from asking the select board questions if you're simply making a remark. But the question is for the select board or the town manager, if the select board puts into the budget an article that appears in your town warning, 16 through 26, and that article, the amount appropriated to that article doubles or triples, what ability do the voters have to review that appropriation? Is there a member of the select board who can respond to that? Ms. Johnson.
I'll go first and ask for your help, Madam Moderator. So my understanding is currently we have a floor vote on these public question items, and a member of the public could offer an amendment if deemed germane by our moderator to adjust the amount of money in these public questions. If there's a scenario where we pass Article 9 and those questions would be Australian ballot things, folks would be voting yes or no without that ability to amend, is my current understanding. Neither of these address items that the select board puts in the budget. The budget is a separate article that, per Article 8 not passing, we will be discussing at traditional floor meeting in the future. Does that hit all the points?
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will vote on Article 9. The motion is, shall the town of Waterbury adopt all public questions by Australian ballot pursuant to 17 VSA Section 2680D? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it, and you have not passed Article 9. Article 10. Shall the voters approve a total of $3,683,570 in general expenses, $1,401,708 in highway expenses, $631,572 in library expenses, and $72,401 in cemetery expenses, of which $4,460,945 will be raised from property taxes and $1,328,306 from other non-property tax revenues. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 9? Mr. Bard.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town of Waterbury shall be authorized to expend up to $3,683,570 for general expenses, $1,401,708 for highway expenses, $631,572 for library expenses, $72,401 for cemetery expenses, plus any additional amounts approved in Article 15 through 26, of which up to $4.460945 will be raised from property taxes, resulting in a property tax rate in the calendar year 2025 of approximately 0.055 per 100 of property valuation. Oh, I missed. Okay, amend that to be 0.0555 per 100 of property valuation. Sorry about that. Okay, 0.555. We'll get our math right per $100 of property valuation.
All right, moved by Mr. Bard. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. So the motion is that the town of Waterbury shall be authorized to expend up to $3,683,570 for general expenses, $1,401,708 for highway expenses, $631,572 for library expenses, and $72,401 for cemetery expenses, plus any additional amounts approved in Articles 15 through 26, of which up to $4,460,945 will be raised from property taxes, resulting in a property tax rate in calendar year 2025 of approximately 55.5 cents per $100 of property valuation. Mr. Bard, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is the article that's a mouthful. I want to refer everyone to page 23 in the annual report on general government. Just looking at it, this is basically a net zero budget. We're looking at not increase on the town level. This doesn't include your school tax, not increasing any major in revenue. 2004 pilot payments were down from what we expected, and that was due to a change in the common level of appraisal. There's a pending bill in front of the legislature that could have a favorable impact on the town. Transfers in the reappraisal fund to pay our full-time staff person, which that's been a change, and for flood grant assistance. If you could look at the bottom of page 23 through 24, general government contains a line item for health deductibles, which is a new expense. Departments generally show reduction in health expenses. We're sending $95,000 to revitalizing Waterbury for their great work in town, and the lister was moved to full-time in 2024, and our reappraisal will begin in earnest this summer. There is an increase in professional services related to assistance seeking flood grants. In terms of public safety, if you could look at on top of page 25, there's a major increase in the state police contract, but that figure is fixed until June of 2027, so the 2026 budget will not show any increases. Note, we get a credit if officers are not available for work. There's a major increase in ambulance service expenses. This is to help achieve some long-term stability with this service. They have lost money on operations in some recent years and are struggling to recruit a new director. The fire department, the information is on the lower half of page 25 and the top half of page 26. There's no operational changes, but debt service has a large reduction because of our local options tax funds were used in 2024 to eliminate some debt. Most of that impacted the fire department. The debt for a new truck, Article 11, is not shown in the budget because that is financed by the local options tax and does not impact property taxes. Recreation, if you look on about the pool on page 26 and 27, the pool generally costs $50,000 annually to operate. The figure has been reasonably consistent throughout the years. We may have a better year in 2027 when the state plans to make repairs to the gate arms at the reservoir. The water level will be lowered and we may sell more visitor passes. Summer camp, school break camps, after school programs, and other rec operations you'll see on page 27 through 28. We've made the camp smaller and the cost is neutral from a budget perspective. Safety is a high priority and we want to be sure our staff ratios are appropriate. In the event we can find staff with some relevant training, education, and experience, we can expand, but the budget as presented is smaller based upon our staffing estimates. Parks, where you see on the lower half of page 28, parks expenses are higher than in previous years, but that is substantially a reflection of actual work done by the Public Works Department. We reallocated some staff time to the parks, which is part of the reason why staffing costs in Public Works are reduced. For parks, we don't know the mix of full-time versus part-time pay until we actually hire staff, but the total should be appropriate and sufficient to maintain our parks. Planning and zoning, no operational changes. The budget shows a substantial increase in expenses and revenue, but this is because we assume we received a municipal planning grant and utilized $50,000 in local option funds. This is all to advance the town plan, and these funds will be used for consultant services to assist both Planning Commission and the Conservation Commission. Legal services based upon actual expenses. We budgeted for higher amount in 2024 based upon ongoing issues related to zoning, but those issues are behind us. Debt, you'll see in the middle of page 30, the cost for the municipal building, which is paid off in 2035. Debt is prorated here and in the library budget based upon the square footage. Total debt is nearly $210,000. It goes down slowly as the interest is reduced. We could go out on a limb and suggest the 2036 budget should have a minimal tax increase when this debt goes away. Most importantly, probably the highway on page 31, there's no major revenue changes. We received about $120,000 in state aid based upon our road miles. 2024 shows over $180,000, but some of that was prepayment that was provided to assist with flood costs. That will be moved to 2025 when we close the books on 2024. On page 22, you'll note that vehicle maintenance and equipment maintenance are combined into one budget line. Gas and diesel are based upon actuals. Not much annual variation is miles driven. There's $10K for bridge, culvert, and guardrails. This is generally for minor repairs or for sections of guardrails that are damaged, and we receive no insurance information. There are also line items in the capital fund for these items, but as for replacement of culverts and engineering. Salt and sand are level funded with the understanding that nature may throw a wrench in the works, as we've kind of seen this year. Our program to eliminate salt in most of our downtown appears to be working fine. Debt is also reduced because local options tax funds were used in 2024. The new truck is financed with the local options tax, and therefore the debt is not shown because it has no impact on taxes. The transfer to the capital fund is reduced a bit, largely due to the availability of local options tax funds. Without the revenue source, the budget would likely be very different. Library, page 32. The trust fund contributes less than in 2024, and that is based upon the agreement with the library trustees. Regular pay is increased. Part of that is standard, and part is because some staff hours were increased. Page 33. No notable changes in hours of operation are proposed. Library is a quiet budget. Library debt is its share of the municipal building. Again, 2036 should be a good year. Elected library trustees have endorsed the budget for the library. Cemetery, page 33. Similar to the library, less taken out from the cemetery trust. Part-time pay is estimated based upon prior years and our ability to attract help to maintain cemeteries in the summer. Grounds maintenance and contractor expenses on page 34 are also linked to part-time help. We struggled in 2023 to find help, but we had a great crew in 2024 and believe they will return in 2025. Elected cemetery trustees have endorsed the budget. Municipal Building Fund, this is where our town shows operational and maintenance costs for the town hall. There are transfers into the fund from general government and from the library. We went over the budget in 2024 and had persistent problems heating the building, but those issues have been much better in 2025. Bill Woodruff has had to devote a lot of time and energy to this issue and checks on the building and checks on the buildings and weekends. $25,000 is planned for a building security system. This would be a card access punch code system with some investment in secure doors. This may be a request for additional investment in security measures in future years. Note that capital funds are specifically addressed in Article 13. And note that the local options tax past and planned expenses are shown, but that is addressed in other articles. I thank you for bearing with me on this explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Is there discussion on Article 10?
My name's Andy Saban, Waterbury Center. I request that the article be changed to up to the amounts because that is the way it was read. Instead of to the amounts. When it was read, it was stated that it's up to these amounts. And because there's still articles to address the budget, I would like to know if we can amend it.
So the motion did have the words up to in it. So that's the way, if the body votes, that it will be up to.
Okay.
Yeah, good job.
Madam Moderator, John Walter, Mad River Resource Management Administrator. Since this is part of our revenue comes through the part of the budget under this article, I just wanted to give a brief update on what we commonly call talking trash. And once again, I'm proud to say that the folks of Waterbury and the other 4 towns in the Mad River Resource Management Alliance participated very well at our 2 household hazardous waste collections held over at the Crossed Brook Middle School, and we had over 11 tons of stuff that was taken out of our collective houses, basements, garages, and so forth, and was properly managed approved facilities for treatment and ultimate disposal. We also, and we have 2 events coming up. We'll be doing our first one on May 18th and our second one October 12th, so start gathering your goodies. I'm sure you're getting less and less of that stuff because we all know we're trying to get more sustainable and less toxic as we grow, and there are changes in legislation that's going to help us as well in this area. We also collect textiles. Everybody who's been driving down and seeing Rodney and over at Aranda's on River Road, you see the boxes for Apparel Impact, as well as down at the Earthwise Transfer Station in Waitsfield. This year we collected over 28 tons of clothing at these sites. So that's a lot of stuff that's being taken out and getting reused, reprocessed, and so forth. We're also continuing to do our composting workshops. I have scheduled a workshop for April 26th over in the Steel Room at the Municipal building, and that'll be posted. We'll have more information on that. I commonly refer to this as the getting to know your neighborhood bear and bringing everybody in to learn the proper way to do their composting, reduce their food scraps, and get better at diverting stuff from the landfill. And we also, in connection with Green Up Day, collected over 16 tons of tires, and that was quite a bit of stuff that was taken out, as well as over a ton of metal on Green Up Day. And last for now, the e-waste. We're still pulling stuff out of our collective closets because we had over 19 tons of computers, printers, monitors, TVs, and related appurtenances that were collected for reprocessing and manufacturing, remanufacturing, and breaking down and so forth. So we're continuing to do a good job. We're continuing to try and reduce and eliminate as much of this stuff as we can. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meltzer. Further discussion?
I have a question for the board. I'm on page 32, and I know the gravel line there, and I understand that you're using some of the option money to pay for gravel. But my main question is, today when Teresa talked, she said now we're unsure of what's going to happen in Randall Meadow. I think negotiations have kind of stopped with the people who have the horse farm. And I'm just wondering if it's maybe the time that we should discuss what Mary did with the river maintenance and being able to take some gravel out of the river. I live on South Main. We've been flooded 3 times. There's all kinds of gravel stacked up that came down from Crossett Brook. Plus a lot of gravel islands are out there, and I know there's this whole thing about dredging, but some of that stuff wasn't there to begin with. It's just come to be more because of all the flooding that we've had. I just wondered, has that been looked into, what they call river maintenance, which Barry has done to help with the gravel costs?
So if I may restate, is the question, can we conduct river maintenance or remove gravel from the river for resiliency? Is there a member of the select board or the town manager who would like to address that? Mr. Lights.
We have had a number of conversations with state authorities about river maintenance, and the answer thus far has been is simply not possible under the current laws. And the second answer is, if we were going to go into the rivers to get gravel, it's likely, because of all the other rules and regulations, it's likely many multiples of the cost of simply buying it.
So I'll let that question go forward, but generally, please ask your question at the microphone. Go ahead.
My understanding is there's a few very limited places in the state where that is done, and Barry is one of them. But any conversations with the state about that for any areas of Waterbury have been a non-starter at this point.
Is there further discussion?
Yes, Madam Moderator.
On page 23, just a quick question. Thank you, Mike, for your explanation of the reduction in pilot revenues last year. Tom, what about the interest earnings? Curious, I know it's $23,950 more than budgeted a year ago, but we got about half as much as we budgeted. I mean, we received in 23 almost twice as much as we budgeted in 24. In 20, we received in 23 48,000, and we approved 2,500 as anticipated in 24. We took in almost 75. So why are we only budgeting 50 now?
So the question, do you have additional questions?
I'd like to make an amendment to the I'd like to hear this answer first.
Sure. So the question, if people couldn't hear it, is looking at page 23, the line that says interest earnings. The question is about why that number has changed between 2023 actual, 2024 adopted, 2024 actual, and 2025 proposed. Mr. Lights.
Thank you. That pertains to Articles 12 and 13 because I mentioned this earlier under Article 4. Those articles give the town the authority to borrow from the town's tax anticipation fund, but I would only borrow funds if I needed the funds. Wouldn't automatically borrow those funds on day one. And so when we buy the public works truck or the fire truck and actually write the check, that would reduce the town's liquidity and reduce interest earnings. And so that's an estimate based on some reduced liquidity that the town would have.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, I'd like to make an amendment to the budget.
Go ahead.
I move to appropriate $15,000 to CREW to support its efforts to build flood resiliency in Waterbury, using that amount of the town's undesignated fund balance to fund the appropriation, as this will not cause an increase in taxes.
Is there a second for that motion? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is to amend the main motion and to add the phrase to appropriate $15,000 to CREW to support its efforts to build flood resiliency in Waterbury, using that amount of the town's undesignated fund balance to fund the appropriation. Mr. Shepler, would you like to address the motion?
Yes, I would. I appreciated the answer that Tom gave at the very beginning of the meeting. A year ago, we appropriated $30,000, or up to $30,000 to CREW, hoping that FEMA would reimburse for volunteer hours that were spent in 2023. And I appreciate all of the efforts that Tom and the select board made to try to get that money from FEMA, and unfortunately it's unsuccessful. I think if you look on page, I think it's 73, 78, I'm sorry. You know, CREW still is serving a significant population in this community that has suffered from the floods over the past couple of years. We started 2024 helping about 50 households, and then we had the flood again in 2024 in the summer. And now we have over 100 households just in Waterbury that we're working to help recover from the flood. In many respects, these are unseen victims. For most of us, the flood is in the past. We're hoping that we don't see any river rise this week. But this money would be important to allow CREW to help assist these individuals. And in Tom's manager's report, if you read it closely, he talked about the fact that the town has over $200,000 in undesignated fund balance. So that's money that we've raised in the past through taxes and in other revenues, and we haven't spent it yet. So if we approve this appropriation of $15,000, but ask that undesignated fund balance be used to fund it, it won't increase the taxes at all this year, and it will help the people in this community that really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to amend the main motion So the question for the body right now is whether or not to add this language to the main motion. And if you decide to add this language to the main motion, we'll then still be voting on the main motion. If you decide not to add this amendment, then we'd go back to the main motion as it was made. Is there discussion right now on the motion to amend? The motion to amend is to appropriate $15,000 to Crew to support its efforts to build flood resiliency in Waterbury using that amount of the town's undesignated fund balance to fund the appropriation. If there's discussion, oh, sorry, Mr. Bard.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't know if Bill could comment on this. I'm very much in favor of appropriating money to Crew, but have you asked the adjacent towns for appropriations as well? Because Crew works in the greater Waterbury area, which is in towns such as Moortown, Duxbury, and I think they should be picking up a share of the expenses. Thank you.
So Mr. Bard has asked to interrogate Mr. Shepeluk. Mr. Shepeluk, would you like to answer the question?
So just as in Waterbury this year, we did not ask any other community for funding. This funding, if it were provided to Crew, and I serve on the Crew board, I think we can safely say that we can use it in Waterbury. As I said, there are 100 properties owners in Waterbury that we're still helping on our case list. We have solicited, I've had conversations with select board members in other communities. This time around, we did not decide to go and ask for these appropriations. From my perspective, this is it's half as much as we asked for last year. It wasn't going to cost the taxpayers any money last year because it was going to come from FEMA. I can't say that this is not a cost to the taxpayer because obviously there's an opportunity cost. You could use the $15,000 of the undesignated fund balance for something else. But for this year alone, it won't add any burden to the property taxpayers. And I think that this would be an appropriate use of our undesignated fund balance, and I just ask that you might support this.
Is there further discussion on this motion to amend? Mr. Viennes.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Just a question to Tom. Even though that money wasn't designated for anything this year, had you had plans for that money for possibly another issue next year? And it's only $15,000, and I'm happy to help Crew, but I just want to make sure that it's not going to throw a wrench into something else that you had planned for that money for next year.
So Mr. Viennes has asked to interrogate Mr. Lights, and the question is, are there plans for the undesignated funds?
Well, the first part of the answer is those funds were created because the town ran a surplus, and we have a history of doing that for some time and being conservative, not just when we develop the budget, but execute it. And I believe 2024 will actually have a surplus too, and I've mentioned that in the annual report. So those funds are available. They are not dedicated to anything, and I don't believe anything in this budget this year puts a town in a position where in 2026 there will be something dramatically different in front of you. And a big part of that, again, is because the local option tax is really a game changer. We're able to, depending on the voter approval, pay for a lot of things that I think have a good long-term benefit and they don't impact the tax rate. And the local option tax, historically retail sales in this town have grown at 4%, and that's a faster rate than a town's tax rate has grown historically. And so I think the local option tax is something that's going to really bear us very long-term dividends. And so I think from my perspective, I certainly have no objection to the $15,000 in terms of jeopardizing any other expenses or putting the town in a bad position in the future. Does that answer the question, Chris?
Is there further discussion? We are discussing a motion to amend the main motion and to add to the language to appropriate $15,000 to Crew to support its efforts to build flood resiliency in Waterbury using that amount of the town's undesignated fund balance to fund the appropriation. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll take a vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the motion, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the motion to amend. So we are now back at the main motion for Article 10, which I will restate. The motion is that the town of Waterbury shall be authorized to expend up to $3,683,570 for general expenses, $1,401,708 for highway expenses, $631,572 for library expenses, and $72,401 for cemetery expenses, plus any additional amounts approved in Articles 15 through 26, of which up to $4,460,945 will be raised from property taxes, resulting in a property tax rate in calendar year 2025 of approximately 55.5 cents per $100 of property valuation, and to appropriate $15,000 to CREW to support its efforts to build flood resiliency in Waterbury, using that amount of the town's undesignated fund balance to fund the appropriation. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 10. You're making good progress. It's 2 o'clock. I do want to let people know that the children's room downstairs is providing childcare until 3 o'clock. If you have a child, it's the National Honor Society providing the childcare. If at 3 o'clock you want to bring children upstairs, that is also fine. Maybe we'll be done by 3 o'clock. Article 11, to see if the voters will authorize the Select Board to transfer up to $380,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a fire vehicle, with the funds repaid from local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 11? Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move to authorize the Select Board to transfer up to $380,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a fire vehicle, with the funds repaid from the local option tax revenue over a period not to exceed 3 years.
Moved by Mr. Sweeney. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is to authorize the Select Board to transfer up to $380,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a fire vehicle, with the funds repaid from local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years. Mr. Sweeney, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure, Madam Moderator. I can either elaborate, or I can have the Chief of the Fire Department elaborate.
Sure. If the Chief of the Fire Department, Mr. Dillon, if you would like to speak to the motion.
So I have some bullets for you. The fire vehicle that we're talking about is what we call a mini pumper. The mini pumper that we have had next year would be 20 years old, and through some discussion over the last couple of years, we decided to move it forward 1 year. The mini pumper that we've had, we got on a federal grant in 2006. It came with a, pardon some of the technical terms, a 500-gallon-a-minute pump with 300 gallons of water on the truck. And it was a Chevrolet chassis. We just got that truck back after it was at a dealer for 8 months. And General Motors, in all their infinite wisdom, nobody works for them, is offended. They no longer make parts for that truck. So the dealer had to try and find different people that could fabricate those parts. They were not able to do that. And so they were able, through a lot of work, fix the piece that was in there. So we can't get parts for this truck. So if it goes out again, it's literally out. The pump module on the truck is not ideal. It doesn't work 100%. So the pump operator has to literally pay specific attention to the pump, because what can happen is the RPMs can skyrocket out of control, and if you're on a hose line that's flowing water and all of a sudden the RPMs kick up, somebody might go for a ride. The other side of that is the pump operator can instantaneously shut it down, but if you're inside a building and you no longer have water, that becomes a problem. So there's no ideal solution, except a new mini pumper. And we're recommending that we purchase, like we have the last 3 vehicles, to get a demo truck. And the demo truck isn't necessarily a lesser truck, it just comes through as a stock truck. And a couple of us went up this past week, looked at it, we identified 2 shelving pieces that we want to put in it, which is, the money is built into this, to make it work for what we need. The new mini pumper is on a Ford chassis. Hopefully they don't do the same thing. It has, again, a 300-gallon tank with a 20-gallon foam tank. And the foam is what we call Class A foam. We use it for wildland fires, and we use it for building fires. And it is considered a Class A pump because instead of a 500-gallon minute pump, it has a 1250 pump in it. So it is considered a Class A pump. It does have more room in it for the members. And ideally, if we were to order a truck on our own, it would be $44,000 more than getting this demo truck. So we've been trying over the last few years when we've ordered trucks to get demo trucks because they're already in line. We get them significantly quicker. An engine right now that we've been able to get demo trucks on, sometimes it's taking 3+ years to get. So we've been very fortunate in working with this vendor who we have a great relationship with, who has been kind of keeping an eye on the needs, not just us, but other departments. And he fills slots, but he can only fill slots with demo trucks. They come through as one type of truck. Just a quick anecdotal reason why we need this mini pumper. It doesn't hold as much equipment, but it will go down and up some of our rural roads. This past winter, we had a house fire on the side of a mountain because that's where people want to build because they have great views. The downside is we can't get there sometimes. At this particular house fire in the middle of the night, we got there with our pickup truck that we had to go around 3 other trucks that were off the road. In the end, we had 5 trucks off the road, one of them being a highway truck that came up to help us get the road sanded, and they couldn't get there. So we actually had to wait for Stowe to get there with their mini pumper, put chains on, and come up the hill. And there's a lot of intervention from wherever that we were able to stop that fire inside the building. So could we have stopped it sooner? Absolutely. But we didn't have our mini pumper because it was sitting in the garage. We ended up needing to run 1,300 feet of hose to our tank truck that was off the road to feed Stowe's truck the extra 200 gallons of water that we needed. Could we have done it if we had our own mini pumper there? I would argue that we could have done it with less water because it didn't have time to build. So that's where we're at. That truck is back in service. We don't know how long it will stay in service, and that is why we asked, working with the manager, we switched gears on what truck we're going to get. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have. If you live on a back road, you really want to think about having this truck approved.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Hello, Karen Miller, Waterbury Center, and I just have a question about the tax stabilization fund. And my question is, I'm not seeing in the document I'm not seeing that transfer of $380,000. So I'm just need a little bit of education about where I'm supposed to be seeing that in here.
And can I ask, will you have a comment to make, or you just want to?
I'd just like to clarification of where we can see.
Okay, so there is a question for the select board or Mr. Lights. Would you like to take it, Mr. Lights?
Great question. It is not shown, and it was not shown because it was separately warned and because it does not impact the tax rate. The tax stabilization fund, as of the last time I looked a few days ago, was about $1,050,000. And I mentioned this earlier, that the warning is phrased up to. So there was an earlier vote of the town, I don't recall the exact year, but about a decade ago, and it limited use of the tax stabilization fund such that it could not be more than $640,000. And so we would adhere to that because we have not specifically asked the voters to modify that. But the town, aside from the tax stabilization fund and aside from local option, simply has its general fund checking, and we have pretty strong liquidity. And so the belief is that this can all be managed within those confines. Does that answer the question?
Is there further discussion?
Teresa Wood from Perry Hill. This is, I guess, in relation to my previous question about a capital plan for equipment replacement, and the same would apply to the next article. So I feel like we're voting a little bit blind on this because not understanding what's recently been replaced, what's on the replacement schedule for upcoming years. And I'm just wondering why some of the money from the surplus is not being used towards this. And then my other question is, the last time we borrowed from the tax stabilization fund, we borrowed with interest at a lesser rate, and it doesn't look like any interest is being paid back. So I guess that's all in 2 or 3 questions.
So the questions for the select board or the town manager is why is the select board not using some of the funds, why are we not using some of the surplus funds, and are we paying interest?
Good questions. So the reason for not using surplus funds is I believe the local option tax is an adequate revenue source. So I just didn't think it was necessary, and the surplus funds are essentially rainy day funds, and it might be raining given what's on the agenda currently in terms of what the federal government and state are doing. The second question was about interest. It certainly is the option of the voters to charge interest on any borrowing from the tax stabilization fund, but we are charging ourselves, and so it's a shift from one town account to another. It is not new money per se. So you're certainly welcome to do that if people think it's appropriate. I have no objection if anyone were to make that motion. I simply would not comment. The third question, I believe, was more generally about the town's capital plans, and I think what I've learned tonight is, or today, hopefully not tonight, is that next year's annual report will have detailed long-term capital plans for the highway department and the fire department. We do have those plans. I can't recite them offhand, but we can formalize them and get them in the report.
Is there further discussion on Article 11? The motion is to authorize the select board to transfer up to $380,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a fire vehicle, with the funds repaid from the local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years. Seeing no further discussion, we will vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 11. Article 12. To see if the voters will authorize the select board to transfer up to $310,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a public works vehicle with the funds repaid from local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 12? Ms. Johnson.
Madam Moderator, I move to authorize the Select Board to transfer up to $310,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a public works vehicle with the funds repaid from the local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years.
Moved by Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. Hearing if there is no objection, I will not restate the motion. Ms. Johnson, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. One of said, I think Bull Woodruff left already, but this is to purchase a tandem dump truck, which is capable of hauling 15 yards of material. The town currently has one tandem dump truck, but most of our trucks hold 5 to 6 yards of material. I feel compelled to note that Chris Viens has been talking about this since before I was ever elected to the select board, but we acquire most of our gravel and crushed stone from Southbury and Graniteville and some from Johnson. And there's been times the town often hauls materials because it makes sense from an employee management perspective, and we've always done some of our own hauling. We purchased a truck with a 6-yard capacity for roughly $250,000 2 years ago. The additional cost of the tandem dump truck is so that it has the larger additional capacity. And I would note that the same caveats that were shared previously on the previous article with regards to the funding from the tax stabilization fund also would apply to this item. So again, it's an authorization for up to $310,000. As was stated earlier in the meeting tonight, we do not anticipate actually placing the order for this until much later this year and in subsequent years. So we'll be able to manage that purchase within the restrictions on that funding to ensure the balance remains at that $640,000.
Thank you. Is there discussion? We're discussing Article 12.
Karen Miller again. So just because I would like to understand the tax stabilization fund, because my understanding was that this fund was created, keep it pretty solid, we take a certain amount of money out to help stabilize our taxes, which I'm assuming we're trying to do with job springs. But wasn't there some rule that had to be followed that you couldn't take, because we're taking like $680,000 out of the tax stabilization fund, so that will, lower our ability to, gain money through whatever investment options that are going on. So I'm just curious, can you explain what that criterion was again?
So there is a question for the select board or the town manager. Mr. Light, would you like to answer that?
Yes, the limitation on the tax stabilization fund is at $640,000. The reason I believe this is all manageable is because there's sometimes a very long time between when these articles are warned and when we actually have to pay for the equipment. Public works trucks in particular are paid half when the chassis arrives and half when the body is actually put on it. Our last vehicle we bought, when it was ordered, it took over a year to arrive and then over a year to put the dump bed on it and the body. And so it could be an awful long time before we actually make this payment for this truck. And so that's why I believe this is all manageable. Combine that with the town's general liquidity, I think that this is all manageable within that limitation of the tax stabilization fund.
Is there further discussion?
So I think just to agree with what Tom's saying, I don't think taking this money out and the money for the fire truck out does any damage to the tax stabilization fund. Frankly, for many, many years, we have borrowed from the tax stabilization fund. And whether Tom will book it in the town's accounting system this way or not, technically what we're doing is lending money that's in the tax stabilization fund to these capital funds, and then from there we're buying pieces of equipment with it. And rather than having to use tax money like we did in the past to pay the tax stabilization fund back, we're going to use local option tax money. So the fact that there may be only $500,000 in the tax stabilization fund after this money is moved to buy these assets, it will be $500,000 in cash, but there's two assets that the town owns that make up the rest of the value that we've taken out, and we're going to pay ourselves back over a couple of years. I'm not going to make a motion to force us to pay ourselves interest. We always have in the past. I think it's prudent. I think something in the order of 3% would be reasonable. I think in money markets that this money is invested in now probably gets in the 4% range or so. So if we pay ourselves back 3%, we're still saving a little bit of interest that we would have otherwise paid to a bank, and we can grow that tax stabilization fund over time, because every year right now we have an authorization from the voters that says we can use up to 5% of the value of the tax stabilization fund every year to support the general fund. Tom told us the value is about $1 billion. If you look in the annual report, there's $50,000 being transferred into the general fund from the tax stabilization fund. That's 5%. So you can look at this that it's a fixed asset investment, a fixed income investment that the town is paying itself. So I think it's perfectly appropriate to use this money for these purposes. I would encourage Tom and the board to think about whether we should pay some interest back to the fund.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Viennes.
Real quick, because I'm sure people's patience are starting to get a little thin. The tandem that we're buying, just so people know, it hauls more than twice of what the smaller trucks does and uses no more fuel. So that's the upside of that. There are 4 more tires that have to be replaced occasionally, but other than that, the advantage of having that truck is a big positive. As far as the local options tax and the tax stabilization tax, in my opinion, the local options tax has become an extension of the tax stabilization fund. So to charge ourselves interest doesn't seem the right move.
Is there further discussion? The motion is to authorize the select board to transfer up to $310,000 from the town's tax stabilization fund for the purchase of a public works vehicle, with the funds repaid from local option tax revenues over a period not to exceed 3 years. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 12. Article 13, shall the voters authorize $520,000 in expenditures for capital improvements? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 13? Mr. Shea.
Thank you again, Madam Moderator. I move to authorize the expenditure of $520,000 in expenditures for capital improvements.
Moved by Mr. Shea. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is to authorize $520,000 in expenditures for capital improvements. Mr. Shea, would you like to speak to the motion?
Indeed, thank you. I want to note that this $520,000 refers to not all capital expenditures, but specifically the portion that is being paid for using money transferred from the general fund. What that means is if this motion or this article is not passed, it would in fact affect the tax levy. However, it would also affect town operations. For example, a sizable chunk of this is a paving budget, in which case if this did not pass, we would not be paving our roads. To that point, as the highway capital portion of this article. On page 35, we specify $450,000 of this to be allocated for paving. Primarily, we're looking at paving the Neelan Flats Road, specifically the curve up by Rickley Road. A culvert will also be added to that section. Ideally, we're going to add a solid base, or the plan is to add a solid base to this section of road. Speak into the mic a little more, sorry about that. If the area struggles that we're trying to add material to, during mud season of 2026, we'll re-look at that plan. Again, this is to the Neelan Flats curve up by Berkeley Road. In this plan also, we will be doing work on bridges, culverts, and guardrails. There is a 5% of the Stowe Street Bridge project is no longer required from us, so that $25,000 can be used to upgrade a town bridge. We did have some damage to the bridge on Loomis Hill Road that spans Thatcher Brook, and these funds would likely be used to augment the FEMA assistance we're getting for that project. I want to note that every town, not only Waterbury, regularly replaces culverts and guardrails. We are no exception. Culverts in particular can last a long time, but they're certainly not infinite or indefinite. In terms of the fire capital, which is on the lower half of page 35, there is no additional planned expenses aside from the new vehicle. The fire department's operating budget includes significant funding for upgrading and replacing equipment, but this covers day-to-day operational gear, not long-term capital purchases. I want to point out that Kyle Goyette's work on fire vehicles helps reduce cost and saves the town a substantial amount of money, so shout out to Kyle. Also in this article is Parks and Recreation Capital on page 36. We are allocating $10,000 from the general fund to be transferred. There are also some local option tax dollars being spent on the Recreation Department. A piece of this is the routine purchase of mowers that is grouped in here because mowers are typically mowing the fields, or recreation fields, I should say. There will be some improvements to the walking paths at Hope Davey Park. And there also are some pool improvements, but that's addressed in Article 14, so I suggest that we discuss those pool improvements in the next article. I will note also that the town is spending more on recreation projects than it's bringing in this year, but it can afford to do so because the Recreation Capital Fund already has extra money saved from previous years.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the motion for Article 13? Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is to authorize $520,000 in expenditures for capital improvements. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 13. Article 14. To see if the voters of the town will, during 2025, appropriate from local option tax revenues $150,000 for gravel road materials and repairs, $25,000 towards highway capital fund needs, $17,500 towards development of conceptual plans and cost estimates for a new recreational facility, $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund, $25,000 towards a security system for the municipal building, $55,000 towards resurfacing the shallow end of the pool, and $50,000 towards consulting services to assist the planning and conservation commissions with town plan updates. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 14? Mr. Clapp.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town during 2025 appropriate from the local option tax revenues, including $150,000 for gravel and road materials and repairs, $25,000 towards highway capital fund needs,
$17,500 towards the development of conceptual plans for and cost estimates for a new recreational facility. $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund. $25,000 towards a security system for the municipal building. $55,000 towards resurfacing the shallow end of the pool. And $50,000 towards consulting services to assist the planning and conservation commissions with town plan updates.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Clapp. Is there a second? Seconded. The motion has been moved and seconded. If there's no objection, I will not restate the motion. Mr. Clapp, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. And for those that did come to the Have Your Say Day, this will be somewhat repetitive. However, the $150,000 for the gravel and road repairs are needed because the gravel pit over in Bolton is closed, and we're now having a truck from Southbury, as we mentioned earlier. And this is part of an overall program to upgrade our gravel roads, of which we have 39 miles in the town. $25,000 in capital funds. Was noted earlier that we had to borrow from a different fund in order to capitalize the purchase of a town truck. We're trying to get that into better balance so that we can have capital funds for the replacement of our highway vehicles. $17,500 is to get a what we consider a very low-cost plan that we can use for grant funding that would show the engineering needed for a new recreational building. We're thinking about for I'd say 10 years now we've been talking about expanding our recreational capacity, particularly a recreational building where we could house indoor sports during the winter. It could serve to house this meeting and other meetings that require a larger facility than the municipality currently owns, and that it's been widely agreed that we need that type of facility, but the building costs have been astronomical over the past couple of years. We're trying to figure out how to do this on a low-cost basis and get the building that we need to expand our recreation and other needs. $75,000 to capitalize the town housing trust fund. Again, this was also been discussed earlier. The housing task force is working on expanding the popular VHIP program, which is a way to provide incentives for people to build accessory dwelling units, which would create more rental housing opportunities, of which we have severe limitation throughout the town. The $25,000 towards a security system. This has been a request by the municipal workers, and currently the security system on our municipal building is inadequate. We're contemplating a card system, which would be a vast improvement to improve the security of the building and those working within it. The $55,000 for resurfacing the shallow end of the pool. Anyone who have been to the pool will know that the fiberglass has delaminated, which causes leaking in the pool, and we're trying to find alternatives to completely replacing the pool, which would be $5 million that we don't have. This is a relatively inexpensive way of getting that, and the estimate is that this could get us through another 5 years with relatively minimal maintenance costs on the pool. The $50,000 in consulting, we have a town plan that needs to be updated by 2026. That's less than a year away. The town planning commission is working hard to get that done. In the past, we've used SE Group or other consulting services to help get public input on this. We have a planning grant out, which we're hoping to get, in which case we wouldn't need perhaps all of this funding, but if we don't get that grant, we still need to have a plan in place by 2026. So this is sort of a bit making sure that we have enough funding to have a new town plan in place by 2026 with the support of the Conservation Commission.
Thank you. Is there discussion?
Sandra Saban, Waterbury Center. I move to amend the motion by adding to the end of the list $100,000 towards the public safety expense on page 25. That will go towards the police contract increase of 15% and the ambulance service of 55.1%.
For your motion, is your motion, I just want to make it as concise as possible, is your motion to amend by adding at the end of the list $100,000 towards public safety expenses, or do you want more to be in the motion?
Just $100,000.
Okay, towards public safety expenses. Okay. So there is a motion to amend. Is there a second? Motion. What is your name? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is to add at the end of the list in Article 14, the words $100,000 towards public safety expenses. Ms. Saban, would you like to speak to the motion to amend?
Yes, this expense is already here. We're paying it in our property taxes. This amendment would reduce the amount of, would come from the local options tax, which still has a credit balance as of 2024 that wasn't anticipated. But this, reducing our general fund would potentially lower our anticipated property tax by spending down the local options tax instead. And policing improvement was one of the, when the local options tax was presented to our voters, was one of the items that was listed as the potential for us to save money on. Right. So I believe that directing this out of the local options tax, because the local options tax is paid by people purchasing things in our area and having saved, was as far as the police department and the ambulance, this it will help everybody. So it benefits everyone.
You can be seated. Is there discussion on this motion to amend? So we're just voting right now on whether or not to add to the list of appropriations $100,000 towards public safety expenses. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Sandy. So one additional piece of this that I don't think Roger shared, but to share with the community for context. This list of allocations out of the local option tax revenues, the select board does have a policy. It was adopted by us as a board, obviously not for voters, but that was presented to voters when we came up with the local option tax at the 2 informational meetings in October and November of 2023. But it's that there's 4 allowable uses that we were planning on for local option tax revenues: capital costs, debt reduction, economic vitality, including housing and investment for future municipal savings. So I don't know what the will of the board is. We're doing this in real time, but I guess I would name, to me, public safety as a general ongoing operational expense of the town. So if there's the desire to do this, I guess there's a question around, should we increase capital expenses that we're paying out of local option tax, as opposed to me, we're sticking a random operational expense in. I will say that policy was intentionally designed because You have other municipalities, not to pick on Colchester, but I think they had several municipal employees employed by local option tax. And when the pandemic came and they suddenly had an enormous drop in local option tax revenue, those employees all needed to be laid off. So in general, as a town, we were proposing this to be something, again, focused on capital costs, debt reductions, economic vitality, long-term savings. And again, personally, to me, public safety is more of an ongoing operational expense. So that would be my piece for consideration around this amendment.
So Ms. Johnson, it sounds like you might be making a motion to amend, the motion to amend, which is allowed. And your motion to amend, the motion to amend would be to substitute capital expenditures for public safety expenditures?
I don't want to make the motion to amend. I guess I just share that for information without amending the motion. But
thank you. So the motion to amend is to add $100,000 to public safety expenses to the list of appropriations in Article 14. Is there further discussion? I'll go to Mr. Sweeney.
Sandy, I just have a clarifying question. Are you suggesting that we tack on an additional $100,000 from the local option tax to what we currently spend on public safety?
No, I'm saying this would be one time, because there's still money in from 2024 of I believe it's $114,000 balance. Taking that money and applying it to the increase this year, which is $15,000 on the police because that contract went up, as well as the additional expense that was requested from the ambulance. And I also feel like this does go towards economic vitality because I'm sure that having additional police as well as ambulance does help our economy. If there's something going on.
Mr. Sweeney?
May I make a further comment?
Yes, you may.
To your recent reference of having more police, we've had discussions with the police department, the state police department, more than a handful of times, and they continue to tell us there are no more police. They can't hire more police, so funneling more money into that pot doesn't result in having more cops.
I am not requesting more. I'm saying what the current budget is right now. On page 22, says there's a 15% increase on the contract. That's what I'm suggesting we pay for.
Mr. Lights, would you like to speak?
If I may, just by way of context, this is a motion to bring $100,000 of revenue into the budget. It essentially does not matter what you tie it to, whether it's police or salaries. You're bringing $100,000 into the budget. By way of context, every $80,000 is almost exactly a penny on your tax rate. So bringing $100,000 is about 1 1/4 pennies on your rate for a typical home. Don't hold me to this, I'm on the spot. Typical $300,000 home. It's going to cost you, that's going to save you around $35,000 in the current year. Now, many of you will say, my home is, sorry, $35. Many of you will say, my home is worth a lot more than $300,000, but bear in mind that's what's in our system. And when we reappraise to complete that, your home will be at market value. But right now, your home in our system is closer to half of actual market value. So a typical home in Waterbury, by our math, is $300,000. So again, $35, $36, somewhere in that range will be your savings. What I also want to say, and I want to caution myself here because I am not elected. However, I do think in general, it's not great financial practice to use one-time revenues to divide down the tax rate because we've got to make that up next year somehow. And so I just encourage everyone to think about that.
Yes, is there further discussion?
I just want to, Teresa Wood again, I just want to support what the town manager just said. These are ongoing expenses, or at least they appear to be ongoing, at least for several years, and using one-time revenue for ongoing expense is I don't think a wise move either. So I would encourage us not to amend that motion.
Is there further discussion?
Same question as before. Tom, you can address this possibly. Was there future plan for next year for utilization of that surplus from this year? And if that disappears for this year, is there a bigger tax implication next year because of the loss?
Mr. Lights?
So the voters have already binded themselves for the next 2 years, based to some extent based on their votes of Article 12 and 13. That's $690,000 in total, and so $230 a year. So $230,000 of local option taxes are committed for 2026. Public works vehicles are generally on a 5-year schedule, at least according to our plan. They usually last 6 to 7, but that's the rough schedule. Again, not a formally adopted plan by the select board, but I view the gravel investment in this year's budget as significant and I hope a generational game changer, because typically the gravel in the town's operating budget, gravel and stone, is mostly mud season, and what's left over we can use to overlay our roads. But now we've got a real substantial budget for gravel. The 5-year plan I presented to the select board actually had a reduction of that next year and then an increase in 2027, and the reason for that is it's been a long time since we had this much in a town budget for gravel, and I'm a little concerned that we may not be able to use it all, and so I think next year we could have a reduction. At least I theorize that, because it takes time to get it here, it takes time to spread it. So I almost view this as a bit of a gravel plan. Every other year you have a big number, and then in between you might have $50,000 or something like that. But always keep something in the budget, but give us time to catch up and get the work done. But there's always a public works vehicle because we have 7 employees in that department, and I think that's going to stay reasonably constant. So essentially there's a vehicle a year. So that's always something that's in the future. And then part of this is the pool. So the pool is, I don't know how old. It certainly predates Mr. Chepelet's term as town manager. We worked on it this spring and spent some money on coating the shallow area, and it appears to have worked. It was spotty patching, but the pool this year lost substantially less water than prior years, and because of that it was warmer and more inviting. The areas we patched to, we were able to better reduce the algae, and our algae is there. We're not entirely sure why, because the chlorine levels are good. But we noticed that when we cleaned these newer areas, the algae stayed off, but the older liner, we kept algae. So we're hoping if we do this to the shallow area of the pool, it's much more inviting, and then perhaps the deeper area can happen in a future year. The pool also has a very old filter and a very old filter building, and I think we'll need some investment in that, I think in 2026 also. And then the recreational facility study is essentially focused on estimating for perhaps a future building. And the reason that number is low is because the focus up front is an understanding that this town can only afford so much. And so what we've said to the firm we've met with is, we have no interest in designing a $20 million or $30 million building like Colchester did, because we know that's an awful tough pill to swallow. But we want to spend a little bit of money to see if we can design a facility that perhaps we could pay for and service the debt with the local option tax. And so that's part of our thought process. And so it's a long-winded answer of saying, yes, I think there's going to be a lot of demands on this in the future. And I hope to grow the gravel budget over time. Part of that just depends on our experience this year. And we may have better experience in 2026. We might want to say, we'd like money for gravel, but we'd also like some additional money because perhaps we need some assistance spreading it, or we need contractor help to do some of the ditching and some of the other related work. But the plan this year is to simply get the material and let's let our crew do their work. And then we'll learn from that a little bit. And if that's a desired outcome, we can simply come back next year and keep doing that. Does that make sense? Did that answer it?
So the motion to amend is to add at the end of the list in Article 14, $100,000 towards public safety expenses. Is there further discussion? And I would caution you that you have spoken several times. So is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak to the motion? Mr. Clapp.
I appreciate Sandy's proposed amendment. I too would like to save $35 on my taxes, but I am concerned that we worked hard this past year to keep our budget level without a tax increase. And that was taking into consideration the increase in the state fund, state police funding, and some of the other increases that we had to incur. I'm concerned that if we just take $100,000 to buy down our taxes for a penny this year, we're going to be looking at the same problem next year, but in duplicate. And that we're going to be facing a much steeper problem next year, which I prefer not to do.
Is there further discussion? I'm going to ask people who have not yet spoken first to speak. Thanks.
I would like to call the question. Okay, Mom.
If there's, Ms. Saban, if you have a motion to withdraw your motion and change it, you'll need approval from the body, but you can do that.
I request to remove my request for the amendment. After discussion, I believe what you told me, I understand, and hopefully everyone else does. And this, to me, actually shows one more reason to have town meeting because it was explained. So I do ask that I rescind.
You ask?
I'd like to rescind that amendment.
You would like to withdraw the motion? I'm actually looking at the rules now. It looks like it can only be withdrawn earlier in the process. So I think that we have a motion to call the question, which may have the same effect. Sorry. So we have a motion to call the question, which requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. This is a motion to limit debate. And so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to limit debate has passed, and we will proceed directly to the motion to amend. The motion to amend is to amend the main motion by adding at the end of the list $100,000 towards public safety expenses. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The noes appear to have it, and the noes do have it. So we will now go back to the main motion. The main motion for Article 14. And is there further discussion on Article 14, the main motion? Yes.
I move to divide the question into two parts. The first being the $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund, and the second part, all the remaining bullet points.
All right, there is a motion to divide the question into two parts. The first part being $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund, and the second part, all the remaining bullets. Is there a second? There is a second. So the motion has been moved and seconded. This motion requires a second. It's not debatable, and it requires a majority vote. The person who makes the motion can provide a brief explanation regarding the motion. So, Mr. Sheplett, would you like to speak to the motion to divide?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. I just think it would be helpful to be able to speak about this particular appropriation to the Housing Trust Fund, because I think we have questions about what the Housing Trust Fund is. I brought this up about the $100,000 that was appropriated by the Select Board last year, and it's just a matter of information. I think if we can talk about this, have a little bit better understanding, and then we can vote on it. But it's really because I have questions about the housing trust fund itself.
Okay, so the motion before the body is a motion to divide. It's a motion to divide the question into two parts. The first part being $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund, and the second part, all of the remaining bullets. If we pass this motion, the next, we'll then start talking about the housing trust fund. So all of those in favor of dividing the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. You have not passed the motion to divide. So we are now back to the main motion for Article 14. The main motion is to see if the voters of the town will, during 2025, appropriate from local option tax revenues $150,000 for gravel road materials and repairs, $25,000 towards highway capital fund needs, $17,500 towards development of conceptual plans and cost estimates for a new recreational facility, $75,000 to capitalize the town's housing trust fund, $25,000 towards a security system for the municipal building, $55,000 towards resurfacing the shallow end of the pool, and $50,000 towards consulting services to assist the Planning and Conservation Commissions with town plan updates. Is there further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 14. Article 15, the really truly long article. So I will read it. We will probably suspend rules to restate it several times. Article 15, to see if the voters of the town will, during 2025, appropriate $1,000 for support of Capstone Community Action, $1,375 for support of Circle, $500 for support of Community Harvest of Central Vermont, $1,500 for support of Down Street Housing and Community Development, $1,500 for support of Elevate Youth Services, $500 for support of Everybody Wins Vermont, $1,000 for the support of the Family Center of Washington County, $1,000 for support of Friends of Waterbury Reservoir, $500 for support of Good Beginnings of Central Vermont, $250 for support of Our House of Central Vermont, $1,000 for support of the People's Health and Wellness Clinic, $500 for support of the Vermont Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired, $600 for support of the Vermont Center for Independent Living, $800 for the support of the Waterbury Community Band. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 15? Mr. Malter.
Madam Moderator, John Malter, Waterbury. I move to appropriate the said amount for those many proposals. I think it adds to the fabric of the community, and we should approve them.
Is there a second? Second. The motion has been moved and seconded, and if there is no objection, I will not restate the motion. Mr. Mulder, would you like to speak to the motion?
As I said, I think that it's there are many parts to this, but they all add to the fabric of our community, and they're although they are small amounts, they are amounts that are important to the functioning of these various organizations and have impact on people here within Waterbury on specific areas. There are reports within the town report on each of these, and I would encourage folks to support these items.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 15. And if there is no objection, I will not restate the motion. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 15. The body has already taken up Article 16, Article 17, Article 18, Article 19, and Article 20. So we will now take up Article 21. Shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,500 for the support of the Harry N. Cutting American Legion? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 21?
Madam Moderator, I move to authorize that the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,500 for support of Harry N. Cutting American Legion Post 59.
The motion has been moved. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. You know, when I was a military instructor, when I looked out at my students and I saw them like that, it was time to do a few push-ups. Are we ready to do a few push-ups? Everybody's kind of laughing. Hi, my name is Wayne Lay. I am the commander of Post 59, Harry and Cutting here in Waterbury. I'm here representing our American Legion family. So we have 4 arms of the American Legion. We have the Legionnaires, so you have 180 service members or veterans that are part of the post. We also have about the same amount of auxiliary members. So these are like formerly the spouses, but things have changed. So we also have about 180 Sons of the American Legion members and a whole post full of American Legion riders. I don't know the exact numbers, Chris could tell me, but we're talking about 600 community members. And so what we're doing is we're requesting $2,500 to help the post. And specifically, what we need is we want to put this money into our capital improvement fund. So recently we had problems with our heating system. So we just recently spent $2,000 repairing it. We're putting Band-Aids on it, masking tape, paper clips. And we're lucky that we have Legion members that are able to help us with the renovations and the maintenance of our facility, but it is old. And so we know that sometime in the near future, we're going to need about $40,000 to repair this heating system. And so we're looking at an energy efficient heating system. So what we've already done, so this $2,500 is not a start. We've already, as a Legion, we've already transferred $50,000 of our savings into this capital improvement fund. And again, we know that hopefully we can keep it functional for a few more years, but we know eventually we're going to have to replace it. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to take money from our Children and Youth Fund to pay for the improvements or the repair of our heating unit. So these funds are what we do to support the local community. So our charter, the American Legion Charter, is not only to support veterans, but also to support the local community. And so during the past year, the 4 pillars of the American Legion, we have spent over, and I don't know what the exact number is, but well over $10,000 in the community supporting different programs. So I'll give you a few examples of that. Every year we give two $2,500 scholarships to Harwood seniors that go to college. And we would like to increase that to 7,000, one more, so the total would be 7,500. So the past year we gave over $1,600 to help rejuvenate the Waterbury Cub and Boy Scout program to increase their membership. And so what we are the charter organization for them. We gave $750 to the Clyde Whitmore Little League to sponsor a team for 2 years, and we'd like to do that again. So, and then, it was funny because there's a lot of other organizations that have come up here requesting money, but we've donated to them to help them out. Some of the examples are the American Red Cross. We often give money to them, Revitalizing Waterbury, the Waterbury Senior Center, the CrossFit Book Reading Program, the Waterbury Arts Festival, flood relief, and the list goes on and on and on. So we really need this funding because we know that it's only a matter of time for our heating unit goes out. So how do, so you're probably asking yourself, like, how do you get your funding now? And so what it is just volunteer hours from like community members, and a lot of time, and a lot of the money that we get is our Thursday night dinner. Yeah, you guys all aware of our Thursday night dinners? Yeah. So on Thursday night, we offer dinners to, well, we don't offer them. You come to the American Legion.
Mr. Goulet, 30 seconds.
All right, so we're just requesting $2,500 to help us repair our capital renovation projects, because we don't want to take it from the money that we give to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Mr. Bard.
I just want to thank the Legion for hosting many community events such as Winterfest, Rotary events, etc. I think they're a real asset to our community. We don't have too many meeting spaces, and they're always very gracious. I know sometimes it comes at a cost, sometimes they're free. We had our have your say day there, so we do really appreciate, and I would hope everyone would vote in favor of this article. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on Article 21. Shall the town of Waterbury appropriate $2,500 for the support of the Harry N. Cunning American Legion Post 59? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 21. Article 22, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $975 for support of Mosaic Vermont? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 22?
Hello, all of you who have sat here all these hours, congratulations. It's a great testimony to democracy. I'm Margaret Luce, I live in Waterbury Center, and I'm here to support Mosaic. It says, shall the town of Waterbury appropriate $975 to support Mosaic Vermont, and the report is on page 93. Mosaic is an organization that supports victims.
Ms. Luce, I need a second, and then we'll have discussion. Okay, there's a second. All right. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Mosaic is an organization that supports victims of sexual violence and offers counseling. And just as important, it offers education to the community members to prevent sexual violence on people, and including children. It's an amazing organization that has served many, many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this motion? The motion, so we will proceed to a vote on Article 22. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $975 for support of Mosaic Vermont. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 22. Article 23, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,500 for the support of the Waterbury Area Makersphere Cooperative? What is your pleasure with respect to Article 23?
Madam Moderator, I'm Kay Monley, Waterbury Center. I move that the town vote to appropriate $2,500 for the support of the Waterbury Area Makersphere Cooperative.
Moved by Ms. Monley. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. Ms. Monley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure, short and sweet. We're 7 years now a nonprofit. Look to page 109. We are great with art and making, and it's a good place to just have fun and address Anyway, I'm tired. I can go home.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 23. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $2,500 for the support of the Waterbury Area Sphere Cooperative. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 23. Article 24, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $6,500 for the Waterbury Area Senior Citizens Association, in addition to the amount included in the general fund budget for such purpose. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 24?
I'm Robert Seymour, resident of Waterbury. I move that the town of Waterbury appropriate $6,500 for the Waterbury Area Senior Citizens Association, in addition to the amount included in the general fund budget for such purpose.
Moved by Mr. Seymour. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $6,500 for the Waterbury Area Senior Citizens Association, in addition to the amount included in the general fund budget for such purpose. Mr. Seymour, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just very briefly, I'd like to tell you why the funds are very important. Our biggest budget item is the Meals on Wheels program. We delivered last year about 19,000 meals, allowing senior citizens to live independently and have good nutritious meals. We also serve around 2,000 meals in the senior center to people who come in for the social activity as well as the meal. The average cost of a meal is just over $12. The total we receive from state and federal funding is only about $5.60. So that leaves $6.50 that is not covered. We do ask the towns we serve to provide 25% of our funding, and then the rest we have to raise through contributions. So these are very important to allow our seniors to age in place and have nutritious meals.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on Article 24. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $6,500 for the Waterbury Area Senior Citizens Association, in addition to the amount included in the general fund budget for such purpose. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 24. Article 25, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,500 for support of Waterbury Local Energy Action Partnership, or called LEAP. What is your pleasure with respect to Article 25?
Madam Moderator,
Yes, Mr. McDougall.
I would like to move that the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $2,500 for support of Waterbury LEAP.
Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. Mr. McDougall, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. I encourage you to turn to page 114 to read about Waterbury LEAP. As you may know, Waterbury LEAP is an all-volunteer nonprofit that helps our neighbors and the surrounding area of Vermont to learn about renewable energy, energy efficiency, and emissions reduction. You can read about the 10 different events that we had and the activities this year. If you're interested in any of those topics, all of our events are completely free. We bring in experts so you can learn about the topics at hand. I encourage you all to please join us on April 5th, Saturday, April 5th, for the LEAP Energy Fair, the largest energy fair in Vermont. It's always at the Crossing Brook Middle School. We have free electronics recycling, bring it, free ice cream, and 60 exhibitors on every green energy topic under the sun. In the summer, we'll have another electric vehicle fest. We usually have about 20 vehicles and about 200 people there. So you can read. I'm not going to waste any more of your time, but please come join us on April 5th. There's a table outside with some materials on weatherization, heat pumps, etc. Come see us there, but thank you for considering this motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 25. The motion is for the town of Waterbury to appropriate $2,500 for support of Waterbury LEAP. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 25. Article 26, shall the town of Waterbury vote to appropriate $3,000 for the support of Washington County Mental Health Services, What is your pleasure with respect to Article 26?
Madam Moderator, I'd like to move that the town of Waterbury appropriate, I don't have my glasses on, $3,000?
Correct.
For the support of Washington County Mental Health Services.
The motion has been moved by Ms. Wood. Is there a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $3,000 for the support of Washington County Mental Health Services. Ms. Wood, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. This is one of 11 designated agencies in the state of Vermont serving our catchment area, providing mental health services as well as services for people with developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities and traumatic brain injury, as well as substance use disorder. So they are integral to the health of our community, and we are facing federal cuts, so I'm hoping that people will support this ongoing appropriation. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on Article 26. The motion is that the town of Waterbury appropriate $3,000 for the support of Washington County Mental Health Services. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 26. Congratulations. We have made it through all 26 articles in the warning. Is there any further discussion under other business before we adjourn the meeting? Mr. Bard.
If you'll just humor me for a couple of seconds, I want to have a couple of thank yous. One, I thank you for all hanging in here. It's been a long meeting, but I think it was a great meeting and shows why town meeting is very important. A few other thank yous. I want to thank the Public Works Department and the Road Department. We've had a challenging winter, we've had challenging floods, and they've stepped up and done kind of a marvelous job. The folks and crew, you know, everyone involved with flooding. I think our town shows its resilience, shows our spirit. I want to thank all the people in town who serve on all the various boards and committees. This is what makes Waterbury great. We're a great community. We have great community service. We have great volunteers. I'd be amiss to not thank my fellow Rotarians who are dedicated to service. Rotarians do a lot for the community. And lastly, I know everyone's anxious to get out of here, but I want to personally thank my fellow select board members. This has been a challenging year. We've gone through a lot. We've had a lot of meetings this year, a lot of special meetings, and we've all hung in there. And probably, if you see what our little pay is, it probably works out to probably about 10 cents an hour. You know, probably maybe it covers my gas to come back and forth to meetings. But I really thank all of you on the board. I thank the town manager. His leadership has gone a long way. I think our town, Waterbury, is a wonderful community, and I'm really glad to live here. And I think by the show of folks showing up today, voicing their opinions, everyone was quite respectful. I think you should all give yourself a round of applause. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bard. Ms. Johnson.
And one last round of thanks just with regards to today and this meeting. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes to actually be able to have a town meeting. I want to thank the school for helping with the setup and mics, the Senior Center for the lunch, the National Honor Society students for the childcare. But I want to give a special thank you and acknowledgement to our town clerk, Karen, who's been dutifully taking our minutes throughout this, Assistant Clerk Beth in the back, and also all of the justices of the peace who are working, the voting polls right now. Please vote if you haven't by 7 p.m. tonight, particularly knowing that there might be a paper ballot. There was a lot of additional planning on the behalf of the Board of Civil Authority and our moderator and our clerk, and so I just want to thank all those folks for helping to facilitate today's work, and thank you all again for attending.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?